ALGS, nothing has been more synonymous with one another. From Dark Zero to TSM, there's no doubt that the greatest dynasties have emerged and fought their battles with the Americas at the center of the conversation. But this year has been something different. Out of 3 LAN victories, we've seen one go to EMEA, one go to APAC South, then we've also seen one go to a Falcons team that no longer exists in that same capacity. So what does that mean? It means that no matter where you've been, what matters is happening now for Americas, because the Kings, the former Kings, have abdicated the throne, which leaves space for the Americas or another region to possibly find their rise to the top. Which faction, which warrior, which squad here in today's Match Point Finals will no longer allow themselves to be a side note and make themselves the centerpiece of the story? We're about to find out, because yes, the Americas are on notice, but so is the rest of the world as a new dynasty is set to be reborn. I'm so glad to see you guys here for what will be an epic day of Apex Legends action and possibly the start of something special yet again in the Americas, or at least which a lot of these teams hope it will be. My name is Rainday, and I am joined by an incredible crew today to get into the action. And you've seen them in the EMEA region, but now you're going to see them in the Americas to finish off what has already started as a epic day of Apex Legends. Onset, Gaskin, it's great to have you both. And Mark, this is a region that in so many ways has nothing to prove, but right now has everything to prove.
I think it's a lot to prove to the teams themselves is how I look at it today for the Americas. I think earlier on in EMEA, we saw Alliance proving what we felt we already knew. And I think the rest of the world knows as well, and them being the best team in the region. But from the Americas, we're not quite sure who that team is right now. Who is the #1 frontrunner? Who is going to be going into Sapporo and Champs as the favorite? And I think today will give us a great indication on who that could be.
And these conversations, they have shifted, Dan, over these years. It used to be we can't mention a Match Point Finals without the likes of TSMs or Dark Zeros or Falcons. And now we've just waited at this point to see who's going to step up into the limelight and show us that they need to be talked about.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of teams who have to bounce into that limelight today, be in that spotlight if they want to make it to Champs as well. The advantage the Americas have, or the disadvantage, is that every other region now has played their regional finals. We know who has qualified to this point and what these teams need to do to get to Champs. And for most of the teams in Americas, it is win regional finals or rely on the LCQ. To get there just by scraping through points doesn't seem like that's a possibility for this region. So instead, it's go hard or go home at this point, which is going to make it even more exciting today.
It's so great to kind of set this story up for the most historied region, I think, in terms of LAN wins in ALGS history. But we got to find ways now to look at what is going to happen here, because Japan, there's a brand new story ready to be written. And it starts with how you come into a day like this. And match day 9 was an important day for these teams, especially if you were just on the cusp of qualifying or trying to come into it in form, which we'll mention. Rock Esports, one of the teams in the first match of match day 1, and you'll see in match 2 of behind the scenes in my very first tournament in Poland in 2019 was coordinating the talent meetings. He was messaging me on Twitter like, hey, when are we going to do this? And let's all get together and talk strategy and storyline. Over the last few years, he's gone a little bit more off camera for the ALGS. He's done a lot of that stuff behind the scenes, coordinating a lot of the great pieces you've seen us do at LAN events around the players, the skits, and things like that. And now he's jumping on broadcast with us. It's a great thing to be able to introduce our buddy Bravo here for a little bit of this A block. Brav, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. It's great to be back with you guys on an ALGS show. And I want to also mention, nobody panic, Vicky will indeed be back to cast all the games. I'm just lucky to be opening the show with you guys. But gotta say, EMEA finals were fantastic. For Alliance to do it in 6 games was pretty special, and we'll have to see what Americas has in store as well.
I can't wait to see as well. We'll echo those points. And yes, Vicky will join us in just a little bit, but Brav's going to get us started. And speaking of that, I mean, I want to go to you, Dan, in terms of the idea for the show. Similar to Mia, it's prove your worth. You know, this is what we're asking America to do again and again whenever they show up on our screens and it's their match day. And there's no bigger setting to prove what you're actually worth here, Dan, than a regional finals.
Yeah, are you worthy of getting to champs? Are you worthy of representing your region? That's pretty much what everyone's going to be playing for here today. And it's not just about the teams trying to get to champs, but the teams that have already qualified for champs, about putting yourself a little bit higher up when it comes to those spots so you have a better seed, so you can represent your region even better when it comes to champs as well, having a better place in that POI draft. So that's what it's all about today, for proving a point and just showing that you can maybe prove your worth here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Coming into Americas from EMEA, and we'll take a look at kind of our overall region. Yes, maybe the stakes have shifted for them. Maybe it's not getting to championships. It's how well they're going to perform. But I think there's a lot of other things on the line here. Emotional confidence that these American teams are used to having that they're going to have to fight for today for sure. And speaking of the points that they're fighting for, today means a little bit more than usual because there are some enhanced points for your performance today. Now, for a team that might be on the edge looking to qualify and needs that Hail Mary, or maybe just sitting, below a qualification spot like we had with Roadhouse earlier on in EMEA, if you get second place, we know first place qualifies you because that's a win, but second place and all the way down earns you extra points today. So that could be the difference. A great performance here matters more than any other performance in your round robins throughout this season, because maybe that's you qualifying, getting 5th place overall in Pro League. That could be enough to push you over. So guys, as we kind of come back into that conversation, Mark, there is just, again, higher and higher stakes, even if you're feeling pretty confident as a team who's done well in Americas throughout the year.
Yeah, I think Dan raised a really good point as well. You got to think even the micro of the standings, POI draft, when it gets to groups in Sapporo, all of these kind of things rolling in to what's going to happen today. But the big thing is, of course, automatic qualification. If you win today, there are so many teams. The only way they get to Sapporo, only way they get to Japan, and the beauty of that stage in that country is if they win today.
Well, we talked about Prove Your Worth as the show title, but Brav, we brought you here for this A block. I want to hear your thoughts on which teams might have a point to prove today in this lobby.
Yeah, we're calling this block Point to Prove because different from EMEA, right? You've kind of got your top 1-2 teams in EMEA, but instead here in the Americas, it's more about teams that have already qualified and now have a point to prove for different reasons here in the regional final. And the first one we really got to talk about, of course, is going to be Team Falcons here. Now, Guild, Waltzy, and Imperial Howl for this new roster. It was always a question of how they would perform on the big days. And today, of course, is going to be their first test. You're looking here at their first match day with the new roster. They're able to take a game 2 win that you're watching here, and also second overall on the day. So with Howl back in the role with the new roster, built a little bit of confidence. But as we said, for this team, it was always about how are they going to perform on the bigger days. Let's take a look at some of the stats that we've seen from them. Specifically, I want to focus on their map stats. Take a look down at Stormpoint. Average points, one of the lowest here, 18th in the league, 4.9 on the board. And what's interesting is this is not only their stats pre-guild, this is also post-guild as well. Their average is even lower on the one match day that they got to play Stormpoint as a squad. So as you heard in EMEA, 42% of your first 7 games are going to be played on Stormpoint. So if you want to be on Stormpoint for games 8, 9, and 10, kind of that sweet spot, you need to perform here on Stormpoint. Let's next up talk about ShopifyRebellion, because you cannot ignore this squad. Zainu, Koifel, and Zap. Reason being, of course, coming in with the #1 seed. We're going to take a look at their match day 5 win on screen. Now, this might be memorable for a few reasons, because first of all, you have Koifel playing as the solo from the low ground, but it also might be memorable because it was their only win across 36 games of Pro League play this split. So even with the #1 seed, you compare that to EMEA and Alliance, right? 7 wins on the board. To only have 1 win on the board brings up maybe a little bit of concerns for this squad. We'll have to see what they might be able to do. Interestingly, we take a look at their match day 9 stats. This really was the day that they came into form. It was 4 top 4 finishes. They won the match day, and in doing so, they moved up to now be in first. So they found clutch factor on the final match day. Question is, can they find that same clutch factor on a match point day? Also would, of course, be the first match point win for Zainu as IGL, so big opportunity for them. Next up, let's talk about 100 Thieves, Jen, Verhulst, and Phony. Consistent year for these guys, right? Top 4 in New Orleans, 2nd in split #1 regular season, 5th at EWC, and now 3rd in the current split. So we're going to take a look at some of their games here from match day 8. This was really their huge pop-off. This is where a lot of their success comes from this split. This is where also a lot of their points, of course, came from this split as well. It was also one of their 2 strongest maps, Stormpoint and E-District, so they kind of blew out the lobby. You heard them talk about it earlier, 103 points on the board to ZZ's 55. I mean, just an unbelievable match day from them. And I think the one thing to talk about with 100 Thieves, if you ask me, is after such a consistent year, how do they unlock like another tier for this squad? They've been a top 5 and even higher mainstay, but for them, I think it's all about performing on a whole nother level ahead of champs. This was their match day #8, of course, with that last win, as well as kind of bookending it with wins on both Stormpoint and E-District. Question is, what can they do here to maybe set themselves up for a champs run as well? And lastly, I want to talk about Rock, Deeds, Sorcerer, and Vax for one big reason. Their top 4 win and conversion rates are insane this split. Take a look at this. This is your top 4 in the region. But you not only 5 wins on the board for Rock, but look at the bottom right of your screen, top 5 percentage converting from top 5 to a win is 55.6%. Just for comparison, Alliance is only about 40% in EMEA, so an insane conversion stat that they have there. So really, you know, if you see them in the top 5 and they're on match point, there's a very good chance they're going to find a way to take it. So I think they certainly have a point to prove here as well.
And I think, Rob, you mentioned some great things there. One of the things I notice about that squad is they just are really comfortable in the way the meta is shaped up. PKs, Newcastles, they really do like that peek and pop that allows, you know, kind of that more reserved shielded play to really characterize the patience and the pace that Deeds and Vax and Sorcerer are, I think, idealize when it comes to them playing the best version of Apex that they like to play. So this is a great shout out as well. I also love the idea of underscoring some of the themes around some of our other top teams. But I want to talk more about these teams that might be in form. You know, teams coming into this that have played really, really well. Maybe not the headliners, but I know, Mark, when we look at this, there are some teams that have just been absolutely on fire heading into it, having a great back half of this North America split coming into regional finals.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of those teams. We need to talk about them, right? Because if you're coming into regional finals in good form, in good fettle, you've got a good chance of winning the whole thing. So consistency is key, and Grow Gaming have been the very epitome of that throughout this season. Dropped, Keown, and Noct have been fantastic when it comes to every single week, pretty much, for consistently putting points on the board and being there or thereabouts when it comes to the standings. They are 2nd overall in the standings as it stands. 2 match day wins as well. And importantly as well, across the split, they have had 3 game wins as well. And keep that in mind. Compare that to some of the other stats that we saw just previously. The likes of ShopifyRebellion, who only have 1 win, which is an insane stat across the entire season. So getting points on the board, consistency has been great for them. They've been putting wins on the board throughout the season as well. And they've been pretty pretty good across all of the maps too. So one thing to highlight as well is their E-District has been pretty good so far this season, and that seems to be one of the defining factors for some of the teams that we've seen across other regions as a kind of a little bit of a blip when it comes to maps. There's a little bit more experience on World's Edge, a little bit more experience on Stormpoint, but it looks like Grow Gaming have got it down on all 3 maps at the moment. Next up, we have to talk about ZZ. Now, Zero has always said that this team is not built for the now, it's built for champs. Well, as day by day, week by week, scrim by scrim, match day by match day goes past, we're running out of everything to essentially build up to that moment, because champs is going to be after regional finals. That's where the next big competition is going to be taking place. And I want to talk about recent form for them, because it was a 2nd place in their last match day, which was a very impressive improvement from what we saw the first time around. You look at their actual results across those games as well. Only 2 of the games, they were outside of the top 4. Now, they were a fair way outside of the top 4 for those 2 games, but the rest of it incredibly consistent. And when match point comes around, I think there's 2 names historically that usually jump up, and Zero certainly is one of those. I have screamed match point specialist watching this man win tournaments on the biggest of stages, so look for ZZ today to be able to put up a big performance. Speaking of that day, the match day 8 that we were talking about, these are the results: 3rd, 1st, 3rd, 16th, 19th, and then a 4th to close out. That match number 2, certainly a highlight. 26 points for the squads, showing the fragging power that Funk and Sykes can bring to the lineup as well, with 14 kills going alongside that 1st place finish. A monster performance from them. Just unfortunately in that game day, 100 Thieves were a little bit better. NinjasInPyjamas, the other form team coming into today, and something that we want to look about a little bit here is they've been consistent all season long. They've always been there or thereabout, but their clutch potential is something to keep an eye on. Top 10 percentage, that's how many times they'll get into the top 10. 58.3% of the games, they will be in the top 10. Top 10 to top 5, pretty damn good as well. Just under 43% of the games, but the top 5 to top 1 at 11% maybe leaves something to be desired, especially now that we tailor our attention to match point. It's great to get the points on the board to hit match point, but you have to be able to win that game. So NinjasInPyjamas have to show us something a little bit different when we get to those top 5s.
It's such an interesting mesh. I mean, I think the jerseys of Funk, Sykes, and Zero, all being from different teams in that graphic, kind of tell the picture of what's been going on and some of the synergy found late in the season, because these swaps have been made late in the season. These are brand new teams. NIP, in the other side of it, has just put 3 different guys with the help of Raven into a nice mix that has really worked for some consistency, and I think they've played to the best of their ability. I'm excited to see if they can take that to the next level, but great shout outs. I also big fan of Grow Gaming. Will this be the right fit for Keon? No longer part of Furia. I love the immediate synergy those guys have. But Dan, I want to talk a little bit about the Hail Mary, because you know that's a play we're all familiar with. You throw it up, you got nothing but hope and prayers, hopefully guiding you into some good happenstance there. There's some teams who need a little bit of hope and prayers if they're going to qualify as well.
Oh, they will. Hopes and prayers, you say? Don't worry. Now, I might not have been able to help anyone in EMEA, but here in the Americas, I'm sure that I'm going to be able to have the right hopes and prayers to get someone with that Hail Mary to potentially find themselves at champs. Now, let's kick things off with the Exterminators. Now, this team, there is still a regardless. But Hotdog Mafia are a team that could be a surprise factor when it comes to competing in these regional finals. Not only because of the incredible names on the roster, but the changes that have come through as well, with ALGS now featuring on this team. I've always been a huge fan, of the fun that ALGS does provide us, and I think this team could show up today and blow everyone out of the water if they get going. In terms of statistics for this team, they certainly have looked very impressive across the season as well, have had ups and downs, but most recently when Alb came on, there has been a couple of changes. Again, they have a weak point. Storm Point is going to be the outlier. Bravo mentioned it. We see 3 Storm Points in the first 7 matches, so if they are struggling to find points, and if they're not on match point by 5 and 6, then maybe we will see this team struggle a little bit, but they definitely are a contender for one of my Hail Marys to maybe win the entire thing here.
Well, having Dan Gaskin with the, just the halo above, wishing you well, that's got to be some good signs here. I'm expecting to see that play out in at least games 1 and 2 with some momentum. But guys, thanks for the storylines to set us up. It's all leading not only to today, but to a bigger day, which these players have their sights on, trust me, which is championships happening in January in Sapporo. This will be our 2nd time going, and we've already been this year earlier in January. In a few months, we'll go back for a 2nd time, and we're committed to going back again the following year in January. So the new home of the championships are here, and trust me, you want to be there. Go ahead and grab your tickets. They're live now, and I'll tell you, if you want to go, I'd do it now. Just get confirmed, figure it out later, get the hotels, do all that stuff later, because these tickets sell out, and it's one in a lifetime experience. It is such a great thing, and I cannot wait to be back there with all of you as well. All right, it's time to get into today as the action is ready to unfold. We've got our map schedule coming up in just a moment, and we've set up the big top dogs. We've set up the teams who are in momentum. We've talked a little bit about the teams that might need a little bit more help from Dan, and he's going to be there to guide him along it as well. But there's also a difference in the way that these regional finals will play, and that's, of course, coming into our snake draft. And I think, Brav, having watched a little bit of EMEA, it does make a difference when you have a team show up feeling comfortable on map 1, map 2, but then completely uncomfortable on something like E-District and having to spend 2 games getting out of the gutter before they're really back in contention with the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the most interesting things is if you take a look at the average points per map that we kind of were for a few of those teams, there are enormous outliers this season, right? If you think about kind of where different teams are, where they are able to play on certain maps, as we just saw, there's even like Falcons is a great example, right? With overall good numbers, however, dropping to 4.9 average points and being 18th in the league. There's also cases like that for 100 Thieves where all of a sudden they're, sub 4 kills on certain maps. So I couldn't agree more. I think it sets up such an interesting storyline when you go into legend band ordering, when you go into how the day will be played out. I think, like you said, if teams are able to get above their average points, it's really interesting. The math starts to suggest that if you can just be 1 or 2 points above your average, you might be on match point an entire game earlier. So every single match is going to count for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that was the difference in Ronin. I mean, that was a team I had kind of highlighted. They had that moment and they died out early, 45 points. They never made it to match point. They didn't have time to do it. Isn't that incredible? I mean, just you could have been fighting for that win against Alliance. That's a whole different energy knowing that. And then, of course, having this time where you are, sitting there and saying, wow, well, we get to watch Alliance win yet again. And we didn't even have a chance to win, even if we weren't on match point. That is tough. So getting into today, we've got, a lot of different storylines that we've kind of held at the forefront. And while our players are getting ready, we're just going to continue on a little bit with the conversation here. And I want to bring it back to the 4-box that we've got really quickly, because I do want to get Dan's thoughts on what Alliance Hockey's had said, which is he thinks it's going to go a little bit longer, especially if they have that kind of reset of the controller legends that we had in EMEA. What do you think that is? How accurate do you think that is for Hockey's here?
Well, yeah, I think what he said was if we see the controller resets happen, he said it's anyone's game, because then Caustic comes back into the mix and suddenly he thinks it adds a little bit of randomness when Caustic is there. As we take a look back at some of the highlights of Alliance finding this victory, by the way, which was incredible, but it was something we saw. In EMEA, we saw a legend bans happen. We saw a controller reset. Caustic got banned, but then he came back in and Watson would have come back in the game after. What typically can happen is those bans just start to repeat, and then we might see a repetitive nature where suddenly game 7 controller ban, game 8 controller ban, game 9 controller ban, and then people start to develop patterns, and it can sometimes be a little bit more difficult to try and do what you want to do because you're not changing those legends as much as you would have been previously. But looking back at the Alliance win, I think it was such an amazing victory right at the end, particularly how Effect played that. I think Mark mentioned it on the show. Did Hackis tell Effect to go and push and just to create a little bit of space? Did he do it on his own? Doesn't matter either way because it looked good nonetheless.
Well, let's talk about what we think is going to look good here. I know we had a chance earlier on to share our predictions in EMEA. We've also had a chance to share our predictions now with you for North America. I happen to be, like many of us, on the side of Alliance earlier on, and a few of us have shared the same predictions here, but it's a little bit more spread out. We got some 100 Thieves from Nicewig, Rock Esports for It's Timmy who joined in. Now, Hockeys, who said it might go a little longer, mentioned Grow Gaming. I kind of shared that I really like the way that team is playing. Mark talked about them as an informed team coming in. That could be somebody to keep your eyes on. Vicky and Greek going with 100 Thieves. Gaskin going with Shopify. And Mark and I aligned with Falcons. I think it could be Hal as the IGL getting it done for the first time outside of Zero since they joined together about a year or so ago. And I also have to say that, Mark, I mean, going back on that Falcons point, that is a major storyline I'm sure many people around the internet are tuning into, whether it's Hal's stream, Wig's stream, here on the Play Apex stream. They want to see what's going to happen, who's going to have the final word finally with Hal and Zero going head-to-head in an actual match point lobby again.
Yeah, I think that's the story, right? Zero versus Hal is one that goes back, it feels like years and years and years now, and it's always culminated in match point. Now, this isn't LAN, of course, this is match point, however, so it's the first opportunity for ZZ to really put the cat among the pigeons when it comes to the form that Falcons seem to be in as well, because they ran away with recent scrims. I think they won the last scrim block for match point in 5 games, if I'm not mistaken, with multiple wins as well. So Falcons are looking in great form, and I also want to give a shout out to Nicewig. I'm pretty sure that when he gave that prediction, Nadeshot was looking over his shoulder, just making sure that he pressed the right button. So shout out to Wig, 100 Thieves.
You know, we've got Brav here. Let's hear your prediction, Brav. What do you think? Because you weren't on that graphic. Who's taking it today?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the wild card. I mean, I think the Rock statistics are just too conclusive, right? To have the most wins in the region and convincingly, and also to have the conversion rate, like I said, 55.6% is just an unheard of stat. To be in the converting that often when you're in the top 5 is pretty amazing. Though I got to say, I do like the Grow Gaming pick. I want to also just mention Grow by far, and when we talk about map averages, the most consistent across all 3 maps. So if we're just looking at a team that can maybe get it done by games 7, 8, 9, Grow certainly is going to have an edge there as well across all 3 maps.
Yeah, they're a deadly top 5 team. That's kind of the way I look at Rock. I look at Grow.
It could be good for those teams that are down in the southeast, because certainly has been a lot of circles there so far, Rain.
Well, it's going to be a blast. Thank you so much, Bro, for joining us at the top of the block. It is time to kick off our match point finals for our regional finals day here in the Americas. And to start it off, we've got Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you very much, Rain. Dan, for some reason, I feel like doing some sort of primal, visceral scream to start this off. So let's go, everybody. Regional Finals is here for the Americas. The last stop before, of course, we get towards LAN with a little LCQ just kind of squeezed in, but don't worry about that one. We'll focus on what we've got in front of us right now. I'm going to start off with Exterminators, Dan, who were a team that you had, well, you were trying to send a little bit of hope towards.
A little bit of hope and luck, and as I mentioned, one of the few teams who actually could still get through just off of points today, but they will need a lot of things to go their way, so they'll mainly be focusing on just trying to win the whole day rather than thinking about those points. But I said we've had a lot of southeast zones where we'll get exactly the opposite here. We're going northwest up towards Checkpoint, and TSM dropping at Northpad is going to be good for them because it has been statistically the best POI for this region. And you'd think that, you know, oh, well, that's including EMEA because of how well Alliance have been playing. No, it's just been TSM and other teams that have been prioritizing this and finding a lot of success. Of course, it helps having the ability to have a Trident nearby as well. But Whether TSM will need it in this game, that remains to be seen. They might just be able to go into those trenches nice and early.
Yeah, ZZ going to have really good prio here as well. They have a console. Cryvor, Esports already making their way down. DMG are going to have pretty good options as well. They also, importantly, DMG here have just had an Evo Harvester spawn right next to them. So they should be pretty close to Blues in comparison to some of the teams around them that are trying to rotate. VP, also very good zone for them. However, Falcons, who understandably a lot of people are going to have their eyes on today, a long way to go here from Echo HQ. This is a tough zone for them.
Yeah, very indeed. But you can see that a lot of these teams that have tridents are now moving, positioning, and finding themselves within and around these trenches, because that's where they are assuming this zone is going to be finishing. And this, by the way, is going to be the perfect way to kick off match one. I love trench finishes because you have to navigate so many different scenarios in your head. Are you going to be fighting against a team that's suddenly round the corner in these trenches? Could a team come from above and potentially be looking down from above you as well? Is anyone going to suddenly arrive very late and just make a last-ditch attempt to get within one of those trenches? It creates for a very hectic end game that you really have to rely on your IGL to be on their toes.
Well, Psych showing that you don't need a scope to do some work. Hitting some nice shots with a 30-30 repeater. ZZ going to be playing this rock spot. They do have a car and Newcastle in the composition, so that becomes a much stronger looking position for that endgame, and much easier to hold as well. Anyone who is trying to push towards your position is going to have to go across open ground, as the first knock in Americas makes me feel a bit ill, Dan, because it is the charged rifle and it's still causing me and also Albrelele problems.
Yeah, Lou onto Albrelele, but Albrelele is going to be fine. And you may have noticed when we saw the map overhead as well, there was a lot of Newcastles, a lot of Caustics, and to be precise, 19 Newcastles, 18 Caustics. We've already always said Americas, they kind of get it when it comes to compositions. Anyway, Hotdog Mafia are going to be getting aggressive here and maybe trying to utilize that Caustic to their best ability.
I mean, Skill Cakes is trying to spray with the flatline, but he'll go down. Rambo! The dogs are down. Hotdog Mafia are cooked in the first game. And even though NinjasInPyjamas are still alive, this is the most simple third party you could possibly imagine for Virtus.pro. And NinjasInPyjamas are probably thinking to themselves, what are you doing?
Yeah, Hotdog Mafia just trying to create a little bit of space, decided to be aggressive, maybe thought they had more damage as we check on over to the Exterminators, who have been able to get a knock. And actually, it's going to be the Exterminators versus ROC here. Rock, one of the favorites. We saw the statistics and how well they've been playing. Well, it could be an early exit here in game one unless Deeds can escape. And he doesn't quite round the corner. So Exterminators do the exterminating, and Deeds, like a little cockroach, is wiped off this map.
Well, I think it was 100 Thieves who actually got a little bit of damage in there as well. 100 Thieves are now hovering in more than one way around the area. Verhos is doing what can only be described as acrobatic car dancing. Dan, Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. What is happening? The pace of this game, already 4 teams have gone.
Yeah, Pioneers fall as well, and it's just a lot of competition to get in and around these trenches. We sometimes do see the pace like this when we have a zone like this as well, because it's so important to move early. When you heard Hackis in his interview earlier after Alliance 1, he said, you don't need to be fighting early. Instead, you need to be positioning yourself, and then if the fights come from when you rotate, then that's when you have to rely on your teammates who are like engaging at that time. But it's all about the macro in these early situations, and we're seeing scraps happen because of it.
Fascinating start to Americas. I feel like everybody had a strong cup of coffee before they got online today, because everybody is down for a fight. Everybody is down for a scrap. And 4 teams have found out that that's not going to go their way to start things off. Grow Gaming going to be knocked as well in the feet. Keon's going to be going down, but that looks like that's from distance, so he should be able to be brought back to his feet. CIMJ, excuse me, over at the top of Checkpoint will be trying to hold them out as Falcons approach a ring console. They are, of course, having to move a long way down from the southeastern side of the map to where this end game is going to be going. Really struggling with my words, though, but hitting this ring console is going to give them some help, as I currently need some help with my sentences.
Yeah, that strong coffee, I'm sure, is going to be kicking in for you as well. Sure.
I certainly hope so after that sentence.
You're well underway in the Americas, but we're going to see now there's next zone shifting a little bit for us, but as we imagine, it's going to be going up towards trenches. That's what everyone's predicting. That there's an off chance that maybe it's a little pull down towards Checkpoint, but I don't think so. It would be a real against the grain pull if it were to happen. A team to keep an eye on, by the way, is ShopifyRebellion. Have a little look towards them at wall. They have got a ring console to work with, as the pull is going to head on over towards trenches. It is going to be the northwest side of trenches, so actually down beast is not a bad area to be in right now. But ShopifyRebellion will get that info, as well as the Exterminators also getting it as well. So perhaps two teams that we will watch their rotations and see where they position themselves.
A really good opportunity here, actually, for Exterminators. They're just outside of the zone, the next zone, I think, with this building they find themselves in. But the fact that they already have some KP, they can find a sneaky little spot to play in this end game. Then a few kills on that eastern side where everybody is stacked up might well come to them. One thing to keep an eye on here for teams who are already in zone is late evacs. I think a lot of teams are going to be making late evac plays in towards where this zone is, looking for third-party opportunities as the zone closes and teams are forced together. Now, Masters of Evil, quite the name. And I think they're looking for a little team called Falcons.
I thought you were talking about Falcons when you said Masters of Evil, to be honest. Then I look over at the team and I'm like, yes, I forgot. We also do have an actual Masters of Evil. No, I feel like Falcons are on their like good guy arc now. How suddenly is like become a babyface? He's not a heel anymore, you know? It seems like a true conversion over to the good guy side, and he's managed to push Zero out to be the bad guy.
Zero hit with a low blow, and it was like, oh, here we go.
The title change, maybe it will happen. But Falcons also down here towards Mill. Are they going to be able to actually get into the engagement? How's certainly looking for it.
Hobbling forward. Mastiff maybe not the best gun for the situation, but it should be good enough, you would imagine, after the damage has been done. Forget what I'm talking about. The Mastiff is doing more than enough damage. 2 dead here for Masters of Evil. And the good guys, Team Falcons. Only got one to find here.
So yeah, Falcons will now be able to move up from this side of the map somewhat comfortably. As I say that, I've noticed that THUGGETS are hovering around like a bad smell, waiting to see whether they can pick up some pieces. But because Falcons have been able to pretty much flawlessly engage there, I don't think there's going to be many pieces to pick up. As ShopifyRebellion trying not to fall into pieces here with their Trident, and they will continue their journey onto this northeast side.
Isn't it fascinating, by the way? And just to highlight this again to everybody who's watching, ShopifyRebellion, #1 seed coming into regional finals. One single match across the entire season has been won. So a lot of good finishes, a lot of KP, but not many wins. And when we talk about match point, I kind of contribute that to maybe the learning experience that Zainu is going on as an IGL, because no scrims, no, nothing else really can replicate being in top 5, top 10 situations and looking to win games quite like the ALGS lobby. So you've got to wait for Pro League days. You've got to wait for these regional finals, and quite simply, not really had a huge amount of them in comparison to some of the best IGLs in the world.
And also, I mean, throughout Pro League, you don't have to win games. How many times have we seen teams finish second place but get the most points just through kills alone? And maybe they position themselves in a way where they could get loads of kills but not position themselves to actually win the game, and maybe playing a little bit more passive. That changes now in match point, or certainly when you reach match point. So one good thing that ShopifyRebellion can go off is their consistency. They should be able to find the points to get to match point. But the real question is, can they change that knob a little bit when they get on match points? You can see Hal's just gone down. It looks like the THUGGETS were able to spot them, but the real question is, can they engage?
Bubbles gone down, so I imagine they're going to be able to get back up. And
see ya!
The question that everybody was asking before the game started today was how fast and what is the top speed of a Falcon? Well, we've just seen it.
Blinking, you would have missed it, but the THUGGETS sadly are not able to capitalize on trying to hold Falcons out, but not too much of a worry for them because Falcons did position themselves again somewhat behind THUGGETS, so THUGGETS are still in a spot where they can take this fight, and it would be an isolated fight as Zone has continued to shift a little bit closer toward down beast, by the way. So bad news for anyone who was closer towards north pad and are going to have to move even further now on the western side.
Well, Falcons quite simply have to fight right now. They have to take this 3v3. It is pretty isolated. That's the good news for both of these teams. THUGGETS trying to hold Falcons rotate here. And the longer this goes down, the more trouble that THUGGETS will probably be in when they have to rotate as well. So I think that Falcons are probably thinking, hey, THUGGETS, you need to get to zone as much as we do. Neither of us are going to survive here. Probably best that you back yourselves up a little bit and let us get a bit closer to zone before we fight.
We check in over towards those trenches and people starting to move a little bit further in. The likes of Virtus.pro, they're on that far east side now, so there is quite a long journey they have to make, and they're a little bit concerned about DMG being above them as well. Cryvor Esports are a little bit below them. ShopifyRebellion were in that area, but now Falcons are trying to move, but it's not looking pretty here. They're trying to make the best of a bad situation, I feel, by hunkering down.
They've done really well, actually, even though you saw that Howard initially had his shields broken. Looked like he was in a bit of trouble. The bubble went down, the wall went down, and the barrels immediately created this safe anchor spot for them. Also, having overflow as an amp is helping out Imperial How in that situation. You can see how quickly over time he was getting those shields back. So they've managed to find a safe spot inside of this next zone. Is it comfortable? No. Is it survivable? Yes. VP back on your screens. And like you mentioned, DMG still close to them. In the kill feed, though, look, it is going to be THUGGETS who do get the knock onto Waltzy. How should be able, however, to get this res with the bubble, throws the Gibby ult down to buy a little bit of time and stop this push.
Frustration for Falcons is CIMJ are above them as well, looking down and waiting to see if they can capitalize on some damage that the THUGGETS do too. THUGGETS might just have to play zone a little bit here and recognize that trying to push into Falcons maybe not the best idea right now, and instead they're going to look to stabilize, lock down a position so that they can reconsider how they want to approach this one, and maybe see if Falcons will just leave and they can shadow them a little bit. But some excellent shots coming out of the 30-30 here.
Yeah, Vlorzi with some beautiful, beautiful shots there. Gonna make sure he doesn't get singed by the zone, his backside, and just retreat to his teammates. A couple of barrels go out just to make sure anyone walking up on him is gonna take a little bit of tick damage. Falcons now probably thinking about exchanging fire. Exchanging. Essentially what has been the pattern of play so far, with teams getting the better of them. And this is an opportunity now for Falcons to maybe look for that fight, because two teams were fighting above them. However, TSM on our screens right now, back towards the trenches. This is on the northern side, and of course TSM did drop. Oh, they're at North Pad. So that zone pull away is hurting them a little bit here, and they've got ShopifyRebellion in front of you, and we're going to say it's a little bit scary.
TSM, whose position was questionable coming into today, but with regional finals going the way they did, TSM have now secured their spot at champs, so can maybe play a little bit looser here, but Gent's gone down.
Dupe's going down in a second as well. Misses the shot, gets absolutely blasted by that PK, and TSM will be eliminated. Now, we talked about ZZ and that spot they were holding. Well, 100 Thieves are challenging it right now. DMG just been eliminated in the meantime. Both teams here with blue armor. Whose bubble's going to go down first here? Both teams have to be a little bit worried about getting shot from down beast too.
And these are two of the best teams on Stormpoint so far this season. Obviously, ZZ has gone through different iterations of their team, and 100 Thieves have also played with their coach for some of this season as well. But both teams with over 100 points on Stormpoint throughout Pro League love this map. And certainly looking to try and solidify this spot on the northern side, because it could be a very powerful one as the zone does shift back towards the trench and away from down beast as we check in with Falcons. And it's interesting with Falcons because how many times have we said with a roster that howls on, Stormpoint is their main map, it's their crutch map, they need Stormpoint. It's not been that way for Falcons this season. Regardless of who's been on the roster, they've really struggled when it comes to Stormpoint, so they'd look to right those wrongs here in regional finals.
Well, we wondered how fast a Falcon can fly. Well, let's see how fast Falcons can go in a second. This is completely blind. They have no idea what is free and what is going to be playable. But with the Trident down, and unfortunately a little bit glitched and hovering, they do get a wall down. They will find a place in zone. By the way, ZZ did get knocked initially. They're taking their tree over the fin of the down beast. This is just, I mean, it's full GTA mode. Masters of Evil have finally been eliminated. The good guys win.
You can see why Gibraltar got banned in scrims around match 6. As everyone using that Trident plus Gibraltar in the bubble. As CIMJ go down. Cryvor Esports also eliminated. Liquid Alienware also struggling a little bit here. Everyone's dropping like flies.
THUGGETS gone as well. Cryvor Esports will have to cry more before the second game, as they will be out as well. Team Liquid taking a lot of damage here, as we can see ShopifyRebellion finding themselves in a good spot. Liquid Alienware will be eliminated, as Grow will lose one, but will be able to drag. Dropped back to his feet, knocked on the Newcastle, is going to be able to do that. OBV out next. Oblivion have got it. All of a sudden, we've got 7 squads remaining.
That was a huge fight, just won on the eastern side by Falcons, by the way, to take down Oblivion and solidify their spot and arguably find themselves in one of the stronger spots. Them and Grow Gaming and Unreal Nightmare in the best positions at the moment. ShopifyRebellion are currently being pressed by 100 Thieves, and you've got Exterminators and ZZ all the way over at Down Beast. So I would rather be Falcons over anyone at the moment because you are the furthest away from the action, as you can see on the minimap there.
I mean, it's fascinating to watch this game evolve in front of our eyes. Some of the biggest teams in the world are involved in our final 7 teams. ShopifyRebellion, Team Falcons, 100 Thieves, ZZ, and then Exterminators and Unreal Nightmare make up those final 2 teams. Gibby also going to start falling from the skies here, and if you ain't gonna bubble, you might be in trouble.
ShopifyRebellion will bubble, but you can see now Newcastle Shield starts to head towards them as 100 Thieves looking to see how they're going to close this gap, but it's going to be difficult because not only does ShopifyRebellion have eyes on them, but Grow are looking at them as well. Now ZZ are planning their move. Into the Trident we go!
Back in the car has been a lot of, shall we say, heavy traffic when it comes to Storm Point. Nades will go down. Bubble has been used here, so it's going to have to be survival behind the Newcastle mobile shield. Caustic Cult will go in as well, and that is going to hurt. ZZ getting blasted out behind this queue, and when that queue disappears, you get the feeling they could be in trouble here. Gibbion will go down. When is that bubble available? Zero gets it back just in the nick of time.
Definitely important which perks you're choosing as well for these bubbles. As now ZZ are going to be able to survive a little bit. Grow Gaming also retreat to their bubble. Everyone finding just about the right timing here to ensure that they can stay alive. In the kill feed though, Stay Naughty's just got a knock onto Zero. Funk's gone down as well. And Sykes with his tail between his legs trying to survive.
Davis Wave's got himself a Cryvor as well, which will certainly make things interesting. Sykes is still alive. But for how long is the real question here? The wall is starting to look a little bit feeble for the last member alive of ZZ. Yali's desperately trying to take the final pieces of this wall down, and we'll take the final pieces of ZZ down. Top 7 for them. We're into our top 6.
Well, now we've got Grow Gaming, 100 Thieves, ShopifyRebellion, and Exterminators all on the north, whereas Unreal Nightmare and Team Falcons are kind of just watching this one, saying, all right, well, we're going to allow you guys to duke it out, and we'll join in a little bit later. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Falcons and Unreal Nightmare both make it into the top 3 here, and they can certainly play a big factor in who survives on that northern side.
Now keep your eye on Gibby ults here. Also, Caustic Ult. Guild has his Caustic Ult. How long do you hold on to it? 100 Thieves make their move in behind this castle wall right next door to ShopifyRebellion. You can see no longer Sky Nades, it's Sky Canisters from the Caustics, trying to make sure that their climb up is going to be safe.
And Exterminator's probably trying to point fingers, saying they're right next to you guys. Just go and take that fight. We're not the ones you need to be worrying about. And Exterminators, they might be able to just skirt around the eastern side here.
Such a good spot they've found themselves in. We've got to deal with Unreal Nightmare, but everybody else being stacked up on each other means that they don't really have to pay attention to it until that fight breaks out. Gibby Ult's coming in. Naughty's trying to hold on to that bubble, and they're going to be safe from this Gibraltar ultimate. The cover that comes in from the natural rock formation is enough to keep that bubble in hand.
Well, ShopifyRebellion and 100 Thieves are now going to be forced out. Grow Gaming getting involved as ShopifyRebellion are eliminated. 100 Thieves probably going to follow pretty quickly here as Grow Gaming were the ones who were able to get the high ground, get the position, and get into a spot where they could deal some damage.
Really impressive stuff from Grow here, not just extending to get those kills once the zone started to close, but then staying alive, staying healthy. They're now looking to command the space as Falcons have to go forward. Falcons probably waiting to the last second to use that bubble as 100 Thieves will be eliminated. Falcons use that bubble in the meantime.
100 Thieves are down. 4 squads now remain. Falcons just pushing forward, edging forward, as are Unreal Nightmare. Grow Gaming have also found themselves in a pretty good position, but they may have to jump out of these trenches as Exterminators have the high ground, and now Unreal Nightmare have joined them on top here. And Falcons maybe could just wait a little bit. The longer they can wait for this bubble, the best they can do.
Grower sending them though. Grower swinging that corner. They have to play behind this wall, and with Guild down and Halo 1 HP, it will have to be a miracle play. But here come Unreal Nightmare. From above, they pick them off. Grow Gaming will survive this.
They'll survive, and they will get aggressive, but now it is bubble fight after bubble fight. You have to be on your P's and Q's and putting that Peacekeeper to use.
3v3 to close this one out. Grow Gaming have taken damage, but the Gibbios exploding on the battlefield mean that Exterminators, the team who need this more than anyone, will get the win in game number 1 here in the regional finals.
Well, the Exterminators getting the job done it didn't look like they were in the best of spots to begin with, but once they noticed where ShopifyRebellion's and 100 Thieves were, they said, actually, we can probably use this as a bit of distraction, skirt around on that eastern side. We have a Trident to work with as well, and they took quite the powerful spot, being one of the first teams actually up high, because when you get stuck in those trenches, you know you're going to have to climb out at some point if the zone is going to pull up to the high ground, and sadly, that's kind of what happened to Falcons, is they got in a position where they were trying to wait, they were trying to delay, they wanted the bubble, and then Grow Gaming are like, well, we're not going to allow this to happen anymore, and they full sent it onto them.
I mean, what a performance from Exterminators. You highlighted them as a Hail Mary team, if I'm not mistaken, at the start of the day. Well, with 23 points on the board in game number 1, they are almost halfway to match point with just 1 game played. And I want to give a shout out to that man Naughty, taking up the IGL reins and maybe looking to drag himself and his teammates to Sapporo with some of the choices that were expertly navigated in those final moments. Grow Gaming in behind them with 18 points as well, 9 KP alongside them. Dan, there's the head-to-head stats of our 2 top teams.
Yeah, and I think that Exterminator is going to be delighted with that. You're right. I mentioned them as a Hail Mary. I mentioned that there is a possibility they can still get through just with points if they were to finish top 3 today, and someone like Falcons was to win the whole thing and open up that extra spot for champs. But you don't want to rely on other people doing things for you. You want to do it yourself, and that's exactly what they've just been able to achieve in that first match there, to put a win on the board and give them so much confidence now going into the rest of these games.
Very, very impressive stuff from Exterminators in game number 1, taking the win on Storm Point. It's time for us to go to a quick break, but don't go too far. We'll be back on the other side of this.
Exterminators, a team that desperately needs the dub, taking game number 1 on Storm Point before we make the transition over to World's Edge.
Yeah, we spoke about Hail Marys at the start of EMEA, at the start of Americas, and You know, we didn't see anyone make that miraculous moment happen over in EMEA, but in Americas, is there someone who can pull off the unthinkable? When you look at who's already qualified for champs and how much you still need to do if you're here in Americas to try and get there as well, it could be that incredible moment where you pull off the unthinkable, and Exterminators have certainly put themselves on the right path with this first game, and they did not look out of place alongside some of the biggest and best teams in the world right now. They made it look comfortable, they made it look easy at times, not only their positioning, but also the shots they were hitting. Unbelievable start from the Exterminators, but can they continue that consistency? As one of the difficult things about regional finals, Vicky, is that we change map to map. We have the snake draft. They're good at Stormpoint. They have impressive stats on Stormpoint, but how do they fare once World's Edge comes around? Because that's when teams like Rock, for example, have been incredible. NIP have been amazing at World's Edge as well. So we're going to see teams that are far better at World's Edge now say, all right, well, we let you have Stormpoint, but let's see how you do on the OG map.
Yeah, Shopify, you know, Team Liquid. I know Vamos Team Liquid fans are in the chat right now too, trying to give them their energy. And it really comes to show you where you have to have that consistency, right? They made their rotate from Cedo, and that highlights how they're able to really capitalize off of these final zone pools in Stormpoint. But with no Newcastle coming into the mix, we move on to World's Edge. And let me tell you something, Dan. We got to see the action literally start off very fast. Literally, all these teams started aping each other from the very beginning.
Yeah, when you get a trench zone, teams are just desperate to try and get into one of those spots, and you just get fights happening as people are moving fast. Also fighting over tridents, fighting over a little bit of shield, perhaps just trying to get that extra bit of positioning. But when we look across at World's Edge, you ask the question, you know, are you going to see a couple of early fights here? Obviously, it's going to depend on where that zone shifts. But I already mentioned ROC is a team to watch out for. NIP, ShopifyRebellion, Liquid Alienware, they've all achieved 100 or thereabouts points across this season on World's Edge and are the standout teams as well. In terms of who's actually prioritized picking, Unreal Nightmare went for Monument, NinjasInPyjamas, they went for Skyhook West, Lava Siphon for DMG. So we are seeing some teams saying, look, World's Edge is going to be our map. It's a difficult map to pick because of where it is in the snake draft. You are not going to be on match point the first time you play it, and you might not even be on match point the second time you play it. So by the time it comes around the third time, there's probably going to be a lot of people on match point by that point. So you're hoping that it's going to go the distance here if you're one of the teams that are prioritizing World's Edge.
I really like how you bring that up, because the next time we see World's Edge will be game number 5. And if you're Exterminators right now and you're coming off of that win, we all know how strong momentum is from sports to all these esports here too. And you're coming out of Mirage Etoile, you know, my home base here, hanging out with Mirage himself. And Exterminators, they've seen it all. They don't get bugged. And we're going to be moving on to game number 2 here on World's Edge. It's going to be a good time thus far here. You and Onset kicking off the action. And now first looking at Grow Gaming, our second place team here, as they were able to also obtain that 18 points thus far.
Now, interestingly, Epicenter has been the outlier in terms of the best performing POI throughout this season in Americas. Cryvor Esports are going to be dropping over there towards Epicenter, but again, these stats are mainly just a fun one to see which POIs are performing well. It's always difficult to know because some teams will randomly pick Epicenter and then they'll get like 3 zones coming their way, and it does skew the stats a little bit. And as I say that, zone is going to be heading kind of around that area. Epicenter, Monument, Fragment. Yeah, thank you very much, says Unreal Nightmare, CIMJ, and Cryvor Esports.
Dan will be able to walk away having the dub when it comes to guessing where that final zone is going to be pulling, because now seeing how we have another Northern World's Edge zone, it's kind of been the theme, I feel like, minus having that little mix-up that we saw over in EMEA at Geyser. But Unreal Nightmare, CIMJ, they're going to have that information with that survey beacon. They'll be able to have that understanding soon, as TSM playing Objective. They have double survey beacon as well as an Evil Harvester before they start making their move.
TSM are sending a scouting member, it would seem, right now. Hit that survey beacon, seeing if they get info, and now they are going to join. And maybe they can take the high hills over there on the mountainside. Not a bad position to play with this zone coming in. Pioneers, also from Climatizer, might be able to disrupt things from that northeast side as well. You can see ZZ might be able to move pretty fast by taking the jump tower all the way from the northern side. But there's going to be a long old journey for teams down at the bottom of the map. The likes of ShopifyRebellion and Falcons are going to have to move on in and hope that they don't get caught out too much in terms of teams holding points. Now, I am expecting a caustic ban to be happening, and looking across, it looks like that is what it's going to be. Americas doesn't typically change from the norm when it comes to scrims into actually performing on the day, and it happened in scrims. We saw Newcastle caustic, and it looks like it's going to be the same here today.
Unless you're GMG, and instead of the Caustic, they're one of the outliers running the Watson, Wraith, and Crypto instead. You already know the Cryptos are going to be feasting in a lobby like this, because with the plethora of Caustics that have made their way into World's Edge, it'd be a darn shame if an EMP were to delete all that hard work from those barrels. But as you mentioned already, TSM actually dropped down from the high ground, and they find themselves safe in one of these buildings. And I always sit on the edge of my seat for these type of zones, Dan, because we've seen the 50-50 Whiplash circle pull when it comes to these type of zones. Sometimes even pulling out into the open north side of Epi up by that hill, or even pulling to the south side on the train tracks on the south side of Fragment.
Yeah, we saw a similar zone in EMEA earlier as the Exterminators are looking to try and maybe gas out some of these players they're going up against as well, and they get the first knock. There is going to be a response on the other side, though, but Exterminators looking to try and hit the res before this continues to happen.
They are going to be able to pop it off for now. I believe that was their EMP from the other side, but while this fight happens, it's not an isolated one. You take a fight in here, and guess what? Oh my god, Blink with White Evos got hit once, is already one shot. Welcome to the opposite of what keeping the peace is when it comes to the Peacekeeper. And Exterminators were able to get a quick little reset here. This is one of the teams, as there's 19 other teams in the lobby, rocking this Caustic so they can just bunker down and sway any other team from trying to go for these 3Ps. As another EMP comes out, they come right back around. Nice portal and timing to trying to take over this first floor.
Yeah, the Exterminators really want to ensure they own the entirety of this building, but they've got to be careful because Oblivion are looking to try and be in hot pursuit here, and it's very tough to try and engage because of the amount of altars that are going to be here as well. The Void Passage just taking them from down to high, and Exterminators looking to hold on. You jump into a toilet, you find anywhere that's called safe as the THUGGETS are eliminated.
It's looking clogged here. I appreciate White Jelly, though, with that controller in hand, the way he's trying to spray and pray with that R9, trying to dissuade these teams from trying to push in, as Blink getting a little cheeky there, poking his head like it's whack-a-mole off that side of the window, as Exterminators funneled into a corner right now, just hoping that maybe a third party, fourth party instead could show up for this fight.
It could be such an important fight to win here because this building is going to be a popular one, and it should be able to ride out to the end game depending on where that pole is. And Oblivion decide that that was taking a little bit too long for their liking, maybe hesitant because there's always the potential chance of a third party arriving. And also, maybe they noticed a few of those armors had gone up to purple as well. And it was a fight that was never really going to be a fun or easy one for them. So they're happy to retreat, hold their position, because again, that building they find themselves in should be okay to get to the end game, depending on where this zone does shift in zone 3 and 4.
I mean, if you got the free real estate, we'll take that here in this economy as Grow Gaming. Also finding some free state here in this low ground in the middle of Monument. Looking at their composition too, one of the Caustic teams, once again, also with the Crypto for that counter pick that you want to play into. KCP finding themselves on the high ground after coming out from the north side of World's Edge. And while they're also looking at the other teams, TSM have now made a counter rotate, by the way. They went from the high ground of that hilltop over to that bottom end building and are also trying to scout ahead to see if maybe they could climb their way up onto the high ground where KCP are currently over their roofs. You could see them looking through the windows right now. TSM, all eyes on this team. I also got to see some charge rifle shots in the distance, giving a haircut over to Exterminators, but they're safe within their own respective buildings as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the Cryptos, 14 of them in the lobby, and actually in scrims we saw Crypto banned in match 3 because of how prominent it was, so something definitely could happen and maybe go against the grain of what we saw in EMEA, where it was only controller legends getting banned from this point. Instead, we saw, I think it was Crypto who went, and then Mad Maggie went as well. So a lot of like the counter comps and a lot of the counter legends actually got removed because everyone was trying to do a little bit of a counter job, and then it changed everything going into matches 5 and onward. So we'll have to see whether that trend does continue when we get into match 3. But right now, certainly going to be a lot of EMPs as we get to the late game, as we learn very little from that zone. It is going to continue to move to kind of the areas we expected it to. It was never going to pull up to Epi with a circle like this. So instead, everyone's still playing that waiting game. Even those who played for Ring 3 information, hitting the Ring console late, they're like, well, yeah, that doesn't really tell us anything extra. If there's a way you can play for Ring 4, then maybe you can get a win here. But I'm looking around, and it's not going to be easy to try and get a Ring 4 console.
It's not, unless if you're 100 Thieves right now and you clear your backsides coming out of that tunnel that would lead you into Fragment, it's going to be looking great because at least it's the path less traveled by. You get to take a 50-50 rotate if it contingency pulls over to the south side. And if you clear your backs, you're in a great position if you're currently looking at 100 Thieves. ShopifyRebellion, one of the teams rocking the altar still here, are going to be able to take the building that they originally were at. They hear the fighting from a distance, but this is one of those zones that you're going to expect a lot of these teams to coexist in. So it's almost the calm before the storm, before a lot of these teams are forced to just collapse on one another.
So Falcons have found a place to call home, as have a lot of people in Fragment or Monument, and it is just playing the waiting game. Unless anyone gets a little bit brave, they puff up their chest a little bit and say, yeah, we want to take this other building. You're probably not going to be having an actual 3v3 fight until we start to see zone shifts. Now, it's more about the teams that are on the edge and where they decide to move, where they decide to go. And Hotdog Mafia might be running into 100 Thieves here, but the caustic canisters are, of course, going to give it away. And Hotdog Mafia do have the decision. They could head north if they would like, but we know there's going to be NIP waiting for them there as well. So it's not looking great either way for Hotdog Mafia.
Getting gate kept out here. They have to take that roundabout position, as you said. NIP would be waiting for them on that north side, and they're even playing objective too. They wanted to play for that evil harvester that I believe Hotdog Mafia had already taken up. Our Lily's gonna be able to get that information. Again, one of the teams with that crypto themselves here, as we get to see them just hold the side of the tunnel, but it's not in that next zone. And look, holding these two split positions, it's going to be 100 Thieves. Preemptively also setting up that altar portal, so in case they have to get out of trouble, it's going to be available for them right now. No team to their back. Exterminators, I can only imagine, are hearing this fight go down within the safety of their building that they have not moved from. And since they do have a crypto, they can scout ahead. So 100 Thieves still with double blue right now. Phony, the only one with purple from afar. And with a 30-30, they do want to boost that up to get that Skull Piercer.
Oh. And they come. The Hotdog Mafia try and force their way out, but sadly, they walk right into the bullets of 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are being cautious about it, though. They don't want to get too aggressive and give their position away and offer up maybe a third party to someone else. But we are going to see that portal being used, and Alter does still provide some benefits, even if those changes have come in and means that Alter herself can't go back when she's on her knees.
When you see that knock teammate, not much you can do there unless you're able to recall them. But 100 Thieves, they pick up that KP. Love to see our mid-season patches really come into fruition, especially when it's the regional finals on the line for some of our squads. See the Wraith Portal, the care package that was obtained here, as it's the Cryvor in the hand of Noct. Grow Gaming making some adjustments and swaps. Crypto Drone from afar are going to be able to get that scan right there through the window too, so they know exactly where Grow Gaming is coexisting on that low ground for right now, as the Mythic Pin also spawns in the outskirts.
Yeah, that's not a bad little win for Grow Gaming. That zone has shifted a little bit further east, so again, it's still in quite an open space. All these buildings, there's only really one or two that are actually going to be within this next zone, or the zone after the next zone, should I really say. And it's a lot going to be about the train track control that you were speaking of earlier. Now, the real question is, those teams who are heavily on the west side, how do they try and play this one? Do you try and like go over the top of some teams, see if you can maybe force your way in? But with lack of Newcastle now, after the legend ban, it's really difficult to try and achieve that. So instead, you might have to try and brute force your way through other squads by taking fights.
And that's why it's so interesting with the no gibbies being in this hobby. It makes sense when the counterpicking has just been prominent from scrims, and even in Pro League, there's so many Mad Maggies. Imagine that Wrecking Ball hitting a strike right there on that dome. That's why we won't have that here, as NIP fighting for that high ground control. Slightly isolated fight, as Hotdog Mafia are delayed in trying to get that third up, as what we had seen in the earlier fight with 100 Thieves as they rotate from the south side. But NIP taking this a lot slower, and they're going to have to start making moves eventually, because in the next 18 seconds or so, KCP will be able to gatekeep them, and no one really else is there to try to harass KCP for preventing this from happening.
I actually really like the position of ZZ at the moment, where they found themselves on that high ground that we saw TSM drop off a little bit earlier, and they will be able to play that for quite some time and maybe be a real threat to teams arriving late, but also a real contender in that end game if they can hold that position as well. As we check in with NIP anyway, they are, as you mentioned, being held out a little bit by the Pioneers. The question is, does NIP actually commit to this fight? They might have to, looking at the position they find themselves in.
And waiting in the distance, you talk about ZZ, and two members of ZZ are hearing this fight, are trying to overlook and maybe see if they can steal any KP The longer this fight goes on, though, the dangerous it is for KCP to find themselves possibly sandwiched, because they could use an altar portal to get right up on the high ground as the EMP comes out, deletes those caustic gas traps, and with the wrecking ball at their feet, they're going to want to be able to use that speed boost from the pads on the floor. They move up, the zone closing in right behind them, and it's only up to Cruel Buckle from KCP. Their advantage state and how they were holding that high ground deleted here as they're forced to drop down, and ZZ, overlooking at this fight, are going to be able to try to look at that one member, hasta la vista to KCP, as they're the second team out of this lobby.
Yeah, ZZ utilizing the Nexus portal to get involved in a fight, third party, and then get back up to that high ground that I was speaking of. They have put themselves in a good spot here where they not only have the high ground, but they can also play the lower side of the train tracks, where we've just seen another portal get put down by ZZ. Of course, you can only have one portal on the map now since the recent changes to Alter. So ZZ are going to have to try and find themselves in a position where they could take down the rest of the squads. But elsewhere, we've got Exterminators who are getting in a fight. Let's jump into a quick listening with Exterminators.
Reset, you're okay. Rest him. Watch my stairs, watch my stairs, watch my stairs. I got you, I got you.
Dude, don't let him reset.
Just reset, just reset. They're dying. Reset on ourselves. Hey,
Okay.
could we get together? Yes, you ready? Come. I got a thirst. I got a thirst. Come, swing this guy.
Wait.
Okay, dead. Come to me now. Barrel. Yeah, full barrel.
I have to slow you. Good shot, guys. Going.
Yeah, always. Composure. Okay, no more looting after you tap a couple bodies.
On my gun.
Us. Shubi, you're gonna need to pop this over me. Your ult is way more important than the spot, okay?
Yeah.
Shubi, when we're getting EMP pushed, that's what you're gonna have to do. Pick. If you don't have four barrels, you need to throw them all at our feet, okay? We need a wall of barrels when we're getting EMP pushed. People are gonna look to kill us.
A lot of important comms as well. You can hear Naughty just trying to direct the traffic here. Who needs to be where we need barrels, because it's about to get pretty hot and hairy down in the southern side of these buildings. There's now Unreal Nightmare also trying to approach from the west, but they are being pressured by CIMJ, and it looks like Unreal Nightmare are going to have to try and hold as a 2 at the moment, but CIMJ maybe not committing to this fight. Oh, no, here they come.
Oh, Christmas coming early? Okay, served on a silver platter, but griefing the Wraith player here for Unreal Nightmare. Huntsman, unfortunate. Now here comes a 3P as the teammates of that Wraith player start wrapping up from the other side. Unreal Nightmare take the portal to their doom. Oh, that was so unfortunate now as Unreal Nightmare find themselves out of this fight. CIMJ, by the way, after it looks to be a res, get deleted, and now TSM meet their demise here too. 11 squads left. Grow Gaming knocked at the end of that Wraith portal, has stayed alive as Keon's looking to try to pop a med kit.
I mean, what an ugly position that Grow Gaming were able to find themselves in, but also survive. Equally as impressive. Exterminators were able to hold their spot, and now they've been able to get a bit of an abduction, but they've also just lost one of their own players, and now this is a full-on engagement. It's a back and forth, up and down, left and right, but doesn't matter in the end. Both teams are able to survive, but that was a little bit scary for both squads.
In the next 43 minutes, though, it's going to be a bloodbath. It'd be great if they have an EMP here. Look how many teams are sharing this building alone. You have a team on every floor as Blink is trying to make miracles happen on the Wraith, on this rotate, and the portal. Pluto Reality literally right underneath them. And ZZ, uncontested from this north side, are looking to clean up shop as Grow Gaming are at their feet.
Yeah, I love this position from ZZ. They've had so much map presence here that they could kind of have played this one however they wanted to, but they want to play it a little bit more aggressive. First, oh, they want to get rid of Grow, but with Zero going down, they have to be a little bit careful here. They do have the portal they can go back to, so the Nexus will be open, and they will be able to retreat to that northeast position that they dropped that portal a little bit earlier. There is a member from DMG in that spot as well, as now the Exterminator is still looking to push out into the southwest. Will find a position to hold, and will take down Oblivion. So Exterminators are still on an absolute run here, up to 32 points now, Vicky. Dare I say it, they're closing in on a match point threshold after 2.
Hold on, this is where it matters for them, and they could try to clean it up right here. They have such a huge lead with Grow Gaming in second place with only 26 points, while 100 Thieves have now rotated all the way from the south side up towards the east side, and now they're forced with their backs against the zone to move up, but with the caustic gases everywhere, Jen pinned with the team looking at him from afar. That is Hal and the rest of Falcons who are safely in the next building. Goodbye, Jen Burden, as 100 Thieves are eliminated.
Yeah, Falcons have done really well to secure this low ground, but now they need to be wary of the team trying to push out of the train station, whether it's from down low or above. They are able to at least secure that doorway, but that doorway isn't necessarily safe. Team Liquid Alienware are inside, and they could still commit through that doorway, which means Falcons are going to have to watch two different angles here, leaving them pretty vulnerable, especially when other teams in the area do have high ground. As I say that, DMG have just lost Chaos Feelings going down. And now DMG are down to just a 1, I believe. So keep an eye on ZZ and Exterminators, two of the best positions at the moment.
Well, the 3 teams over on the east side will be forced to look at one another. Team Liquid Alienware hugging that corner from inside. And Trainjacks here as look at this little angle and corner that Exterminators have found themselves in. You're talking about their positioning while that one member of DMG, the Crypto, is still alive as Falcons are getting pelted with grenades. They took out their forward teammate before, and now with Guild going down, it's down to a duo. Stay naughty, Shubi, they move up. We heard their comms earlier. They know this is the time, the green light to move up on ZZ. They see the Ultra Portal, they see they take high ground, and Exterminators, Wide Jelly, has been on fire. Your kill leader for game number 2 with 5 KP to his name.
By name and by nature, the Exterminators. They are eradicating people from this lobby. Falcons removed elsewhere, as now Exterminators take the best position in the game, and they've also reduced ZZ down to 2, but ZZ are still going to be a problem. It is very much playing to the name with a couple of bugs above them, and are they able to gas them out?
Just killing for a living like they always do here, living with the name and with P20s in hand. You have to look for, it's crazy. They're literally 10 points away. Just this second game alone, after taking that dub, 10 points from hitting match point. Let them know that it's not a speed run here. But when you talk about miracles and making them happen, they're looking to do it. Future Streams still alive. He's invisible. Again, that Crypto drone could delete these costed traps. As you can already see, Exterminators trying to look him out.
Can he get a res? That's the real question. He's trying to get those banners. Exterminator is still worried. DMG does get at least one player back on the feet, so they'll play a part in this final circle, but ZZ are a 2. This is all pointing towards Exterminators if they can hold, but it is not an easy circle to try and go with at the moment because they are being forced into the zone, and ZZ still have the high ground above them, but Exterminators with a fantastic chance of going back-to-back here.
Future Streams and little to no cover. Zero with the Cryvor in hand takes him down. Still one member of DMG before ZZ are forced to drop down. As Exterminators are looking to clean up shop. They have 10 points that they need to go. They need to look at these placement points as Shubi and White Jelly are the last alive as they get the back-to-back dub. And they find themselves getting the necessary points as they are finding 48 total points alone. But that was such a crazy game for Exterminators.
2 points away from the match point threshold after 2 matches. Back-to-back wins for the Exterminators. You talk about a Hail Mary. After match 3, they're probably on the match point threshold. I don't want to curse them at this point. Touch wood, touch whatever you can at this point. But wow, that is unbelievable from the Exterminators. And we could be looking at very quick match point finals if they keep playing this way. So they need to knuckle down here and ensure that they cross it, because if they can cross it after match 3, they will have such an advantage over these teams. They could have maybe 2 games before another team joins them here, Vicky.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if they just already close it up right there with a match point for game number 3? The biggest speed run we probably have seen here in the Americas. We're going to have to see, though, because we have one more game coming on to E District, and that's coming to you on the other side of this break.
Three teams all up on top of one another. CIMJ going believe that BGB, they've got the high ground, and it's Rob Key and company who are just trying to punch their ticket to poise out. They drop on down, and BGB can walk away with the win. They can do it. And it's BGB who are victorious.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Thank you to Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series, and Lace, who lent her voice to that billboard. I'm Rain Day, joined by Onset here for Game 3, and there really isn't much to talk about, or really there's a ton to talk about. Either way, that could work as the storyline, because Exterminators have won both these games, and in the same way, Exterminators have won both these games.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? Exterminators, Dan Gaskin has blessed them. That's all I can say.
I mean,
top
wow.
Of the show, he said that they needed the Hail Mary, and I tell you what, he's given them a little bit of that good grace by the looks of things. 2 games, Rain. 2 games, 2 wins. Incredible stuff.
It's really not. It's really not something that you are going to see very often in situations like this. This is regional finals. We got championships. This is the end of the year. We're coming into the top moments here. These teams have played, and you're seeing a squad that we barely touched on towards the end of our segment here at the top become the #1, the only team to talk about here after 2 of the most traditional, most played maps in the ALGS, Stormpoint and World's Edge. So, my only question now is, Mark, as we transition to Game 3 with the Snake Draft, can they keep it up on E-District? And most importantly, can they get 2 more points and get to match point?
Yeah, 2 more points is all they need, which feels like it's easy to do, right? It feels like it should be very simple, but how many times have we seen teams that are so close, and then all of a sudden they just can't get over the line? Couple of games slip past, early fight doesn't go their way, whatever it might be. And don't forget as well that there is a little bit of a match point curse that is still a thing, right? If you hit match point first, it's very rare you will go on to win match point finals. So maybe Exterminators are just going to sit back a little bit here. Maybe they're just going to get 1 point in the next game, wait for someone else to join and hit match point, then they'll cross the threshold after that in the same game, and then they'll win it. Who knows? Maybe that's just a little bit of wishful thinking. Maybe I'm looking into the stars a little bit too much.
Well, you know, Dan's already looking into something very cosmic, very deep. So you might, looking in the stars, might find the right answer there. I don't know. I mean, let's look at the POI draft and break down, you know, Exterminators too, because things change in a big level across the board. You have Exterminators who are now having to navigate no Caustic, no Newcastle, which has been important to these earlier lobbies, but also just different rotations coming in from E-District. Now, navigating that with characters like Alter, previously with characters like Ashe, or in this place with Ashe's nerfs more recently with Wraith, you're going to find moments to have that play style lend itself to players who are more comfortable on those legends. But, you know, given the fact that they've been so good so early, for me, if I'm Exterminators, Mark, the question I'm asking myself is, what do we do here? Do we keep it up because we're playing aggressive, we like what we're doing, don't change a thing at all and stay focused? Or do we try to, now that we're so close, start adjusting a little bit? And that's what's tricky about match point, because sometimes you make the adjustment and then suddenly you lose and you lose all your rhythm.
Yes, it's an interesting one for sure. I think one thing that might hurt them a little bit is legend bans right now, because Shuby has been fantastic on Newcastle. He's one of the best Newcastles in the world, in my personal opinion. And now that Newcastle has been banned, we're obviously going to have at least 2-3 more games played until Newcastle potentially becomes available again. Obviously might not become available again for the entirety of the game, but one thing they do have is an extremely good POI here at the Lotus, and they have a ring console and they have pretty good prio to this zone. So you would imagine with just being able to play nice and slowly here, get a good spot in zone, they should be able to find a couple of KP to send them across the board. That's number one priority for them. If they can do that, fantastic news, then they can look to win the game. But the most important thing here, with everybody else so far away from match point, get those 2 points. Do not leave it to the last few moments.
Yeah, what an interesting start. It's a great place for them to be. Nobody at their back. Obviously, Liquid Alienware, 100 Thieves, Grow Gaming, kind of going to come across their direction, but no team, you know, needing to actually fight Exterminators. And Exterminators, as long as they make sure Liquid Alienware doesn't come from the northern side and try to take their spot or push them in, they're going to be good. And I don't even think Liquid Alienware is going to necessarily try that. So pay attention to these early engagements. Just as I said it, well, Liquid Alienware are taking that northern path, so that might be the biggest challenge. And you know, an early fight with them, T-Law, not as much to lose, and trying to get things going. Got to be very, very careful if you're Exterminators.
Yeah, they're already out there. Something that, I mean, as silly as this sounds, I would imagine Exterminators, even though, oh, they've got 1 point already. I mean, this is going to be converted. I mean, they're on 49 right now. Just one more, and they're good. And also, they have pretty much got spot in zone. A lot to talk about, but we'll let this fight play out to see if they get that 50th point on the board. They should be able to. If I'm them, I'm sending. And by sending, they get the points. They are on match point already.
Wow.
What have Exterminators had for lunch, breakfast, brunch, dinner, wherever they are in their eating routine? I want to know.
You know, and I love this conversation that we started this off with, because it begs the question of why we see certain teams excel in these match point scenarios and certain teams don't, because some do play differently. Exterminators say, no, we're staying to the namesake. We're going straight for these kills. And now they have that deep sigh of relief. No matter how this game goes, they're on match point. They could die right now and they know next game is when they have a chance to close it out. But why stop there, Mark? Keep taking all these points, keep making it sure that no one else is getting on match point with you, and then you can have the best case scenario, which is you're on match point and nobody else is. It's basically a free game.
Yeah, you get multiple games if they keep playing like this. I mean, if they go back to back to back, which is a long way off, but I was going to say,
that's never happened.
I mean, it's crazy to think, right? It's crazy to think, but I wanted to. The observers actually did a really good job of showing us where the end zone is going to be. It is pulling a little bit away from City Hall, kind of to the western side of E-District here, which is exactly where Exterminators took that fight. That building is prime. It is one of the best positions to hold on the entirety of where this zone is likely to be going. So it all just added up. The fight, the points, they all got them. Now they've got Godspot potentially as well. It is looking very, very good for Exterminators here. And if they win this game or even place top 5, they are going to keep such a big gap between them and the rest of the following pack that it's not going to be one game that's a free shoot. It could be 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, you know, the other side of that coin, which is Saucer, a former teammate of Stay Naughty, and trying to figure out how he was going to navigate with Rock Esports. They've also done well. It's been a split where teams have changed identities, but they're in that change have grown a little bit, maybe found more synergy. And keep an eye out for Rock, who have yet to really appear here in the same way. 19 points for a team we highlighted as maybe one of the contenders, certainly one of the form teams coming into it. And I think that this means, you know, we might get to see them pop off here. I've seen a lot of moments in E District. If they can just get to that top 10, top 5, like we were mentioning, they become a serious threat. But gosh, it's hard not to talk about the Exterminators. THUGGETS here on the move with Vlorzy, taking that roundabout way from the southern side of thing. Cryvor Esports right behind them and TSM in front. But a little bit of a point of view of the kind of long side of this zone. It'll take a while for this to pull in, and they could play their time. And remember, if you were in EMEA, you know, Mark, watching, Alliance played the zone very, very slow. A lot of these teams like Killer Whales in this, they played it very, very slow, and they kind of just got in at the right time, and it turned it into almost a win.
One thing that we can highlight here, when it comes to this zone, this is where I predicted it's going. Like, Team Liquid in good in spot, Exterminators in a good spot. For what I would read on this zone, however, I would say on E District in particular, and this particular zone that kind of circles around City Hall, we do see some interesting ping pongs where all of a sudden it can pull back towards City Hall, and everyone who thinks they're in a good spot all of a sudden has to move. So for Exterminators, it's job done. Don't get me wrong here. But if they want to look to get into the end game here, they just have to be aware of where next zone can be going. And I think when you're looking at teams who have probably got something similar in mind, 100T, they're hovering in and around the Lotus at the moment, waiting for that next console. They're probably playing for that information. Masters of Evil have just been eliminated in the meantime. 1-2 gets that final knock.
Oblivion here, choking up the PK, ready for anybody who might try to aggress onto them. Buildings are so valuable right now, and they're making it very, very known they're not going to give it up without a fight. See that zone starting to pull in a little bit more. I think the biggest sign too is you look at ZZ and you look at Grow Gaming too. Obviously very good macro-led IGL teams in similar spots to where Exterminators are. You know, they've got one real conversation at this moment, which is make sure nobody takes where they're going this zone. And 100 Thieves, Liquid Alienware kind of hovering, sharks in the water, waiting for just that moment to strike from beneath the depths. It's a little nervy for Exterminators and Grow Gaming, who are in the spots that they want, but it's also nervy if you're 100 Thieves trying to say, where do I play here? How long can I hold? Because this is going to get pretty congested, especially with Team Falcons rotating on that eastern side. You know, Hal's going to try to find a spot in, and there's just not enough spots for everybody to play.
Yeah, it's an interesting zone as well because there are playable spaces, but the Newcastle and Caustic ban are going to make them much more difficult to play. This isn't a building-rich environment, so to speak. It's a corner-rich environment, which if you have a Newcastle wall, you can play down on the low ground. But the fact that you don't makes it a lot more difficult. So teams who might have Rampart, for example, Unreal Nightmare, someone like that can create a little bit of fake cover, maybe they're going to have an opportunity to play some of these lesser spots. But for everyone else, it's kind of get here, find a place to play that is available. Otherwise, it's going to be a really tough endgame to force your way into late unless you're able to fight your way in and win those fights extremely quickly.
And one of the things I was just going to bring up as we see it on display here is the Wraith choice over the altar. And you're seeing Team Falcons, Grow Gaming go with some of these choices here. Obviously going back in, but it gives you this level of, I think, back and forth, the time buying, maneuvering, tricky situations that Alter just doesn't give you. She gives you that in-building, you know, navigation through directions, but when you can't really go through places, you kind of have to sit it or make these big rotations. I really like what Wraith provides here, especially from an IGL perspective. You can see Hal getting risky, getting the information. It's now going to look for a plan of action after that.
Well, DMG, who drops here at City Hall, they are chilling for now. And one thing we are starting to see, as you saw from the POV of Hal and where that portal was in the air, a couple of teams looking for kidnaps, looking to clear some space around them by just capturing a player that's playing one of those corners I was talking about, taking them back and turning a 3 into a duo, which you don't really have to worry about too much. You might be able to move in and clean up those final 2 players to create a little bit more separation between you and the rest of the lobby. So that's going to be something you're going to be seeing a lot, especially with so much Wraith in the lobby at the moment. So keep your eyes on those kidnaps, and you've also got to do the same if you're one of the teams in the lobby.
ZZ here, nice spot on bridge. They could certainly hold this for a long time. It's going to be very hard to siege up. They've got G7 scouts. The Watson perfectly set up with the generator right behind the pillar, so you're going to have to out-peek them, and that's going to be a hard thing to do with Zero staring you down. Nearly fully upgraded G7 scout there. But again, content to hold, and playing this high ground means they've got a lot of control. ZZ gonna want to get just that big game right now. And, you know, when you get in a position like this, Mark, you got to take advantage of it. Certainly something that, you know, being able to look at all this congested area and see teams rotating, getting out of buildings in these fights, they're just going to want to use those G7 scouts and pick up KP all along the circle close.
Yeah, I think for ZZ, it's about just not doing anything silly at this point, not over peeking. They know there's a team the other end of the bridge. Don't want to peek a corner where someone on the bridge shoots you and then a team from distance puts you down.
Right.
As Cryvor Esports are finding out the Falcons are pretty close. The drone will be destroyed, but the damage is already being done here. Pluto's going to be down next. That's numerous teams firing in, and that's what I mean. These corners without Newcastle, without Caustic, so much more difficult to play, and multiple teams just able to rein in because the LOS was open for them to do so, and that's what I'm talking about with City Hall. Everyone is going to be thinking, I mean, look at the spread of the teams. That gives you exactly what you need to know. Even the best players, the best IGLs in the world right now, scattered around City Hall because they're not 100% confident on where this zone is going to be going due to the ping pong nature of the zones we've seen. This is just pulled initially down to the southwest. Then everyone thought it was pulling back up to the north, where Exterminators and Grow Gaming were, two of the best zone readers that we've seen. Now it pulls back down to the south, and ZZ are in an absolute god position because they control that end of the bridge.
Yeah, it felt really good when we saw how ZZ was set up. That just looked like maybe a winning position, having scanned all the teams here in this lobby. And it just proves to be more and more of a showcase of Zero's IGL capabilities. He's put them in a great spot to win. Now it's about how he and Sykes and Funk can manage this moment. And of course, this is a moment to manage. THUGGETS trying to just pick up a little bit of rhythm. They've actually pushed themselves beyond Team Falcons. They're in a little bit of a sandwich. Staring where they are would be, I believe that would actually be close to 100 Thieves and Grow Gaming. And then, of course, Team Liquid Alienware. They've been a team that started a little bit higher, and they are still that high, kind of mirroring NIP. Now you can see them on lower and upper levels here. NIP not risking getting involved in this just yet. A lot of long play with the G7 scouts, but those two teams going to have to vie for position very, very soon.
Completely changed the nature of this game now just because of that zone pull. Like, literally completely and utterly changed. I mean, yeah, you know very well, I pride myself on zone calls. I think I'm pretty good at this point and getting a good estimate on where the zones are going to be going. But this is one that always makes me feel nervous when we see these City Hall zones. And it is showing that once again. It's just very, very difficult to predict. And where we're looking at like playable spaces, we see TSM, excuse me, trying to get into a position to reset and maybe get a teammate back.
Yeah.
Hotdog Mafia are waiting there. Pioneer's just been eliminated in the meantime, but going back to my point, the playable space now is not playable without a Newcastle, without a Rampart, without someone who's going to give you fake cover. So it's going to be a kill fest here, and ZZ could pick up so many KP if they're good, if they play this one well. RSC just eliminated as well, one of the big teams. This is a really interesting game.
Really, really interesting. And you can see everyone's just trying to find a way in, a toenail into this next zone. And it's going to get even worse here as it is pulled yet again even farther south. Even ZZ are going to have to move off that bridge eventually. But who's in a good spot? It's Falcons, Virtus.pro, Oblivion. The teams you're watching right now actually fighting for one of the buildings that's not only in this next zone, but very close to where this zone is going to shift towards the full south side of this map. Hal's done a good job of, I think, playing the waiting game. And we've seen Hockey's do this earlier in EMEA. It's just the macro stuff that is really on point from these two teams, showing big dividends here and saying that, you know, we haven't put ourselves in any position we can't come back from. And now we actually can have a better spot than most teams.
Well, TSM eliminated in the meantime while we're having this conversation. How at the moment is just looking to see if he can pick up an extra KP, but the position they're going to be playing is a great one. Down on these shops, down on this low ground, very difficult to siege, especially with the Watson. And you're completely right. They've done a great job of finding this spot. Team Liquid Alienware down to just 2 at the moment. Janya is on his back, and NinjasInPyjamas are trying their best to hold off the push coming in from NIP, but with 14 squads remaining, you can already see that playable space was at a premium before this, and now you can see that premium playable space is becoming even rarer as Team Liquid Alienware will be out next.
It's like that Black Mirror episode where you get the implant, but you got to keep paying for extra range for your service, and they keep raising the price. Feels like everybody's raising the price on real estate here in playable area in this zone, and it has not done wonders for Team Liquid Alienware's hopes of getting some more points and moving up on the leaderboard. 100 Thieves now contesting where we saw ZZ. What's happened to Grow Gaming? They've actually fallen into a completely different position here. They're actually playing underneath near ZZ. And so they've squeezed together. 100 Thieves going to take where they were. Exterminators behind them as well. ZZ have angles on everyone. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Ninjas in Pajamas, Unreal Nightmare, and Shopify Rebellion also about to get into this. Exterminators find 2, but they also lose 1. It's just Jelly. Verholz with a really nice altar portal. He's going to stay alive, and he survives 2 more teams, but that may not mean he can survive much longer than that.
So Exterminator's gone, but job done. Hitting match point. Ninjas in Pajamas just been eliminated as well. With Shopify Rebellion now will have to fight their way towards zone. Looking for the abduction, finding it and getting good damage as well, but not going to be able to get the knock. But on the reduction, they are going to find that kill. Now they're going to jump up and try and finish off this fight against Unreal Nightmare. Zainu sprays immaculate, and they're going to be rewarded here with the kills that they wanted.
I'll tell you an Unreal Nightmare. Shopify Rebellion following you at half health when you take their altar portal. Not fun right there as well. And, you know, I can see ZZ, again, having made mistakes, having played this incorrectly, just the pressure, but that's the benefit of a guy like Zero, and the way Sykes and Funk are just following the lead, really meshing well, doing their roles. It's just a lot of confidence, and they're playing this very similarly to, on the opposite side, we talked about it, how Falcons are playing this. They're not in zone anymore, but they're not putting themselves in these crazy positions to be too aggressive and lose out by being the team that gets caught in between 2 other teams. They're gonna have to move, but this is gonna be a patient plan executed very, very carefully in order to give them a good shot at doing it. And with round 5 here, it's going to be the Wraith portal and Hal on a mission to try to find a zone for Falcons to play.
And this next hut's going to be free. I mean, it's not great. It's not in zone, so Hal wants to find somewhere a little bit different. Zero, by the way, in the kill feeds, picking up a couple of kills onto VP, who just respawned down on the low ground we saw a few seconds ago. But Falcons,
interesting.
They're looking for kills at this point. They're not interested in getting zone. They realize how difficult it's going to be. If they can get into a position to find some KP, they will take the points on that are available to them. VP have been eliminated. Grow Gaming will go next. We're down to 7.
And this is a tough spot. They know it. Waltzy's running away. Hal's just trying to play his life. They bought a little bit of time, you know, obviously with the Wraith, and that's kind of what I was talking about. They both took the interdimensional rift back and forth, and it's actually given Hal a little bit of time to breathe. He survived 1 team. ZZ goes down there. Shopify Rebellion still in the mix, trying to get another kill. Koiful and Zainu no longer working with Zap. But Falcons goes down here. It's top 5, and Shopify Rebellion could make it 4. Zainu just alive.
Zainu's going to be safe here. He got dragged down by an altar a few seconds ago. Koifel trying to one-man army, but unfortunately he's going to be taken to pieces, and Zainu might be joining him, as he is going to be joining them. Hotdog Mafia move from their position to clean this side of zone, as Shopify Rebellion will be the next out. Top 4 now, Rain.
And look at this. And you see the teams in here already in this kill feed. We've only got 1 team on match point so far. Hotdog Mafia with 3 squads left, trying to get at least 6, maybe 8 points and clean this one up. They're in a great position. Alberlelli, his time with Enemy and Crook on Stallions is over. But his time with Skittle Cakes and Rambo could just be the start of something new for this team, destined for championships. On the other side, Monsoon, Fun FPS, Linkser, Oblivion, holding these angles, and, you know, a guy like Monsoon from long range with something like a G7 Scout, that's a scary proposition as well, Mark.
Well, Hotdog Mafia control 50% of the zone. Oblivion have about a core of it, and THUGGETS have got to make a play here. And it looks like they're going to make a play maybe to play for 2nd place. Yes, they move down to the low ground. Rambo has taken damage, but Hotdog Mafia are managing to hold here. Rambo hasn't gone down. He's actually done a phenomenal job to stay alive. He gets the armor swap. THUGGETS have been eliminated. Oblivion trying to move in, but the high ground has been taken. Oblivion need to hit some shots, otherwise this could go against them, and Hotdog Mafia can pull it off, but it looks like Oblivion have done enough here. Fun's still on his feet. Monsoon is down, but Blink and Fun in a 1v2, and even though the Hotdog bow, he can do it all, this might just be a little bit too much for him this time around.
Like a mouse caught in a maze. Well, he's found the cheese. The cheese is some bullets from the R99, and Oblivion will make their way through the wasteland and find a victory here in game number 3 before we take a little bit of breaks.
Impressive stuff from Oblivion. It's the zone gave them the game, it felt like, to be honest with you. Like the ping pong with the zone that we saw in around City Hall. I'll keep talking about it, and I'm sure that viewers have watched scrims, viewers have been watching the games and just noticed how for some reason City Hall is so unpredictable. Well, Oblivion didn't have a great spot, but the zone came back to them, and all of a sudden it became the best spot. So very difficult to play. You could see it on how scattered the teams were. There was no focus of teams in certain areas because no one was really sure, and everyone was a little bit worried on where it was going to go. But having been given the gift of the zone coming towards them, Oblivion make the most of it.
And, you know, there's really not a great spot for teams trying to come in towards that end zone, I would have thought, from the south. But THUGGETS were a team that came all the way in from the southern side. And they played that rotation really well to make it into the top 3. They didn't feel confident in playing for first, but in many ways, they were very, very good. And I think that was more lineup dependent, too. I mean, you could see the setup from Oblivion with the Watson, the G7 pressure from Blinkster, from Fun, and from Monsoon. It just discouraged THUGGETS from actually trying to fight them. So they went towards Hotdog Mafia, but at the end of the day, when it comes down to our standings overall with these results, it's still Hotdog Mafia who took the overall most amount of points here. 21 points off 12 kills and 13 assists.
Yeah, very, very impressive from them to put those points on the board. But remember, it's Exterminators that's really the big story from this game. Even though they didn't have the greatest of placements, they came into this game only needing a couple of points to hit match point, and they got those couple of points. So as we move on to look at our series results, that's going to reflect in these leaderboards. Exterminators are on match point, and with Oblivion in second place on 31 points, it might not just be one game that they get to play here with match point on their side, no one else, but it could well be 2 or 3.
Yeah, and I think that's what really makes me feel like they've got a chance at 2 games, Mark, because even Team Falcons, or let's say Grow Gaming or ZZ, right? What they've got to do is put together a win and at least 8 kills to end up getting into match point. That is a very tall task, even for our best teams. And Vicky, bringing you back in, just the storyline here, it's been Exterminators throughout. They didn't have that win 3 in a row to kick off our regional finals, but they did what they need to do, get to match point. Now they have a chance to close out the tournament in 4.
Look, being able to get a double win on 2 different maps already, you move on to the 3rd one, and I'd be like, okay, well, we absolutely had something different to eat this for breakfast, because I want whatever they're having whenever I'm starting off my day and I'm trying to climb ladder. Exterminators, are you kidding me? 53 points already after just 3 games, and we are going back-to-back on E-District, so that comes to question, is the consistency there if they didn't get the dub this time around?
Yeah, and I actually look at that dub and I say I kind of liked how a lot of those teams in that top 8 played that zone. It was very tricky. It bounced back and forth, a little bit of yo-yoing. And, you know, I think with the buildings and with the way E-District is as a map, it's just difficult if you don't call it to, at the end of, say, round 4, get into zone and find a realistic spot to play. Unless you take a clean 3v3 and take somebody else's spot, it's not like there's just room, you know, that no one's going to shoot at you, that you're just going to sit in and feel comfortable, especially with Newcastle and Caustic banned. So I like the navigation of it. I'm not saying it's impossible. I think E-District was still pretty good for most of these teams in the Americas, but Exterminators only needed 3 points, and they got the job done early, and that could be the difference when it comes to it. Vicky, I'm so glad that you got to check in with this, but also for people checking in with the ALGS, I want you to help us get caught up on what was going on in APAC North, because all of our regions have been having their regional finals.
Yeah, actually, we had a different winner for every game of the APAC North Regional Finals, and it's been high-octane action nonstop. Literally, game number 1, Dory. They kick off with a match 1 win with 15 KP. Talk about a strong start already here within the region, and that's not where it ended here for them too, right? We talk about different W's, different teams taking that here in a regional final like this. Look at this final zone alone. You see just the Gibby bombardment coming down. You see the safety from Dory, but being the only team having the safety of that Gibby dome came in clutch here. Yes, that was within their own Gibby ultimate, but they forced a lot of these teams to not only funnel within their direction, but it helps when you got the stinky man Caustic to help you out. And then we move up with Fnatic. You know, they come through and they were also able to take that next game here. I believe this was game number 5 where Fnatic found themselves here at the very end, but it was actually game number 2 that Meteor found themselves in the end game. Between themselves and Sire, they were able to hold this end game together, and Meteor took it with 10 KP to their name. Following up together too, Unlimited had come to life in match game 4 with 18 kills after a really slow start, and it really showed the advantage that they were able to take aside from that. Then you have Sire and then Unlimited, both becoming at match point format here. They both had hit 50 points at this time, and for match 6, Black Sheep spoil the party, and they take the win in match game 6. When you think that you get to have the back-to-back win, sorry, soiled it, because the high-octane action from a lot of these teams, they were neck and neck, and with a lot of these teams really banking out the results of this regional finals, it was really important here. So they take that game number 6, and then we keep talking about Sire for a reason. They slide in, and it goes all the way to Game 8. They seal it all, and they win it with a ticket to Sapporo with an insane clutch. Watson 1v1, by the way, though. Bangalore punches him over onto the outskirts of the zone, and then persistently keeps trying to punch him, because look at these Watson fence setups here. You have no other choice. Zone closing in behind your back. You're trying to keep up the pressure here. You're not going to feed into punching them out, even if you have only 30 bullets in the mag here. But with a gold mag, you still find yourself desperately trying to reload before Sire were able to take that win. It was crazy to see Sire not only take that final win, but they took it with 81 total points after that final game. They were on fire. Consistently, they were finding themselves in the top 3. Back-to-back game 1 and 2, they got second place. They got another second place in game number 4. Gets another 4th place this time around in game number 7 before taking that win. They led the leaderboards here on Limit right behind them with 83 total points, but not being able to clutch out that win. Remember, that's the end of the day when it comes to match point format. You can get those 50 points, but you have to get the win. As it stands right now, the APAC North teams that are looking to punch their ticket into champs for right now.
And Unlimited, Sire, Interforce, Fnatic, SPI, all the teams in black, just kind of, doing it for the sake of, it's not official yet until Americas is over, but it's essentially official. Those teams are probably going to qualify, but you just got to wait till we have all the results. Unlimited and Sire, though, because they were the Pro League winner and the regional finals winner, they guarantee their spots with those results having been done. Great recap, Vicky, and a good look at what APAC North is bringing. If you're just joining us this split of the ALGS, maybe you were watching today, but you haven't caught some of our other tournaments over the course of the season, APAC South and VK Gaming are the most recent winners. So APAC has a lot to play for here on both sides of the coin. And APAC North, they'd love to win in Japan and Sapporo. They're going to have a lot of support there. Let me just tell you that. Peacekeeper, G7, Scout, you can see it. But I think the most interesting aspect of it, and, Vicky, I can tell you just can go on about this, is the fact that we've got these bans. Not only is it odd to see the Ash ban, but just the fact that we're seeing Newcastle so late. I mean, APAC North really changing it up in terms of how they like to play compared to our EMEA and America Legend choices.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting to see how that shifted with the play styles and the different legend compositions that are forced out with the current map rotation that we have into place when it comes to the regional finals, and then how that's going to fare up against the big international stage in Sapporo for champs. That's where it all comes down to it, right? Because we're going to see some adjustments into Apex Legends. We're here within the half-season patch notes that have just recently dropped. Ash, ¿dónde estás? Nowhere to be found because, we've been seeing some changes, but Alter obviously still within that conversation.
Yeah, Ash has been out of here, man. Ash has gone to Ashes right now. Rough. So we'll see if that continues or if that changes heading into support. We got a little bit of time for a few more patches, or at least a big patch to come out before we head into championships. And speaking of championships, it's time to grab your tickets. Tickets officially went on sale this weekend for the biggest event in the ALGS calendar. It's our second time in Sapporo. We were there earlier this year, believe it or not, in January over into February, and it was immaculate. People standing in the snow, throwing snowballs at night when they left the venue, and over 30,000 in attendance across our 5 days. You want to be a part of it. It is unlike anything else you've ever experienced within the ALGS. So grab your tickets. Use that QR code with your phones or devices up in that top right-hand corner of your screens and join us in the new year. Also, for those who aren't familiar, there's another tournament, a little bit more relaxed, but a heck of a lot of fun coming up in December before the year is over. It's the return of the Red Bull Legends Inn.
Yo, nobody does it like us. The unstoppable, the unbeatable. Are we here now? Let's get it.
We've taken over the Godfrey Hotel. It's different, it's unique, it's nothing you've ever experienced before.
The room was pretty sick. I hope all the competitors sleep well after we kick their.
Let's get into it.
Let's do it. Let's rock it. Are you kidding?
Everybody's dying the zone. Crook goes down to Timmy and Hal. I mean, that was insane.
It's Timmy's Legendary Lather, the soap that brings champions to life.
Yeah! Oh my God.
No. Live in the Godfrey Hotel.
Oh yeah, that's tough.
The Red Bull Legends In is returning this December 5th in Chicago, Illinois, to the Godfrey Hotel, where 19 teams will compete live in an Apex Legends Duos tournament for a $25,000 prize pool. If you think you and your duo have what it takes to compete against the pros, well, guess what? Signups are open now at battlefy.com/Red Bull Legends In to compete in the online qualifiers on October 25th and 26th, where 2 duos, 4 people, will win the opportunity to compete live in person at the Godfrey Hotel, Chicago. You got to be 18 plus to register. More info can be found at redbull.com/Legends In. It's going to be really fun. I didn't go last year. I'm thinking about going just because I know it's going to be a fun weekend with everybody. But if you have a chance to be involved, to be in the atmosphere, Chicago is a wonderful city. And also, this is a great event. So big shout out to Red Bull for putting it on, and excited to see what you guys can do and who the lucky duos are that earn their spots there. All right, it's been a fun wrap up for our halftime, but it's time to keep it going. And guess what? Don't forget, Exterminators have a chance to be the only team on match point and the only team to close out our regional finals. We'll see what happens as we send it over to Mark and Vicky for the cast.
Well, here we go then, everyone. Let's get into this. Exterminators have a chance. We have one team on match point, Vicky. They've managed to do it in just 3 games. A phenomenal performance so far, but doesn't really matter for much unless they can get across the line here. And I'm going to be honest, there's stuff happening in the background with like standings and spots that could open up that my poor, stupid brain is not smart enough to kind of cover. So I'm going to wait till Dan gets back because he's really good at that stuff. I'm going to get us out of the way. But basically, if Exterminators win, then the interesting stuff happens. Spots open up elsewhere. I'm too dumb. I don't know how it works, but we will get Dan Gaskin here to explain it.
Listen, it's the multiverse, man. It's the what timeline are we going to be moving on to? I guess it really does rely on whether a team that not a lot of people were expected to make it and win the regional finals may take it. And can you imagine? We still will go the distance with 6 games no matter what. If Exterminators end up closing it out here, but that's the question, right? We just saw and witnessed what happened in APAC North for the teams that were even able to secure more extra points that couldn't find that security in finalizing that final game after finding themselves with those 50 points. That's what I love so much about match point format here on set. And they keep letting us together on the mic. They let us do it again as we get to see Exterminators that land in Lotus.
Getting away with this. It's going to be a matter of time before careers are ended. But just to kind of summarize what I was trying to say, thanks to Dan Gaskin putting it into my terms, which is very short, simple sentences. He said Apex South and JD Gaming will be hoping that Exterminators win it. So essentially, that's the team who are watching right now, hoping and praying, not having anything in their control, but hoping if Exterminators win it, that they will, of course, take a spot away. So there's some confirmation for you. Thank you, Dan Gaskin, for explaining to the simpler people among us how that works. I am certainly one of those. It looks like, though, we are going down to the south side of Draft Point by the looks of things. And Exterminators, they've got a console, but they've got to work hard to get to this zone.
All I can have is the PTSD, where Graceful absolutely loves this POI. You get to have some great rotates here on set, you and I. Bringing that back, and now with VP already moving over to that south side because there is an Evo Harvester on the outskirts of Draft Point. You can imagine how many teams want that information. A ring console on top of a survey beacon. Talk about maybe having a crypto out in the lobby so you could get that remote scan too. And look at the influx of Mad Maggies here have made the rotate inside E District. The Watsons that could zap that shame of a wrecking ball away, and even with some of these rotates with Wraith.
Well, Virtus.pro have moved to this position. There's where they believe the zone is going to be going. They dropped over at Draft Point. They did have a ring console as well. So this is their zone read. MT has made the call. This is where the zone is going. This is where they believe the end game is going to be. TSM, by the way, struggled a little bit today. Have to say, 7 points. Couple of times that we've seen them take feel like very awkward fights and unnecessary fights. We'll have to see if Dupe can maybe inspire them a little bit here with some stronger calls. Hotdog Mafia, though, not a good start for them. Rambo has gone down. And after the second place in the previous game, you have to work hard to repeat that.
Not the type of glizzies that you want to see on the other side of the screen here, as TSM now are going to be able to move up. They have some great loot. I did see that blue mech at the hands of Panic here, too. They're going to be able to get some more objectives here as they're going to start moving along, but with some extra KP, you talk about waking up. Well, maybe this is the time here, because when you have already one team at match point, although there is that pretty big gap between Exterminators and the rest of this lobby, to imagine Oblivion being right behind him with 31 points. And then what separates Oblivion and some of the other teams is a 29-point tie. So it's crazy. Falcons at 30 points as well, being in third place. So then you have to look at Grow and Hotdog Mafia that are down to a duo. 100 Thieves, a team that had to go through their own growing pains. Jen Burden making his way back onto the roster. Feels nice to be back at home here. Had one heck of a week just the other week, and now are making their move, currently sitting in 10th place. And while you could see the pings, a lot of other teams have already found themselves in that next zone. And as you and I know it here too, Onset, some lackluster areas that you could try to coexist on when it comes to draft point. A lot of open areas too, where you can find yourself getting pinched by a lot of teams that have you in their line of sight on draft.
Exterminators then, let's check in with them. Let's see what's going on. The objective in the last game, much simpler than it is this game. They only needed 2 points in the last game, they got it done. This game, just win it. It's as simple as that, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them just take longer rotates here. They don't want to take any unnecessary fights, and this is another test, right, for Naughty. This is the first time he would have IGL'd a team in a match point format, apart from Scrim. So on a game day, it is a new experience to have to learn how to navigate these kind of lobbies when 19 other teams are going to be looking out for you, know where you are dropping and what rotates you're likely to make, and knowing that if you win the game, they don't get to play much more Apex Legends.
We're already starting off this fight. TSM, they heard you on set and they're trying to bless you out here as Gent falls low and is able to reset with this med kit, but it is Duke picking up the KP off of CIMJ.
They find one, they get the finish, so that's going to be 2 KP now for Duplex. They're going to try and push onto this to try and finish things off. Not a bad idea. Obviously, a 3-story building is much better if you can control it than a single-story one that they were previously holding. And by doing so, the other player has decided to scarper away, try and escape and get his team back into the game. And that leaves this available for TSM to now control. Now, these buildings, as you can see, pretty good. But it's when the late game starts to happen, mid-game, that teams start to try and take floors away as a place to play. You have to be aggressive and try and flush them out. If you can get one knock and send the last 2 players out, then you can keep the control of every floor of the building. It's risky, but it certainly does pay off in the long game.
Talk about a reset, by the way. Hotdog Mafia see a res right in front of them. Thank you very much, CIMJ, if they're trying to take this fight here in the distance, as ShopifyRebellion, another one within the vicinity and trying to show their face. They try to take some pokes at Hotdog Mafia. Portal Nexus out and available for Shopify to take just to reset, because there's so many other teams on the edge of this next zone. And you have to also wonder, with Exterminators landing in Lotus on E District and this zone completely shifting over to the south side on draft point, it's going to be brutal depending on what choke they want to take, because if they do take that E side, as you can see right here, they will inevitably find themselves facing up against Liquid, 100 Thieves. There's an Evil Harvester in the distance. I like their game plan and being able to scan that survey beacon on the outskirts of zone, as well as a ring console, so they will also have that late game information.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and play for the survey beacon down where 100 Thieves find themselves right now and play for that late game information. Just looking at their composition, trying to find them as I scarper through here. So no crypto, which is going to mean they're going to have to extend to get that information. They do have Alter, of course, which is going to give them the ability to potentially hit that, but it's going to be a little bit of a risk for them to do so. And I think it's a risk, but it should pay off for them. They're actually moving to Energy Bank to hit this survey beacon instead, by the look, I would imagine, by the looks of their movement. But it is a long way to go, and the range of that thing really not going to include a huge amount of zone here. So Exterminator's doing everything right. I think the risky play is probably the one that's give them the best chance of winning this, but most of the real estate is taken. It's a little bit different to the City Hall zone. Not having a Newcastle or a Caustic doesn't affect this zone as much as the previous one, just because there are so many buildings to play here.
And that bridge too, right? And you could play that low to high ground cover, and with the amount of altars in this lobby, it'd be a darn shame if we keep seeing some of these kidnaps coming out. But, you know, I'm in for it, as Exterminators do hit that survey beacon thanks to that altar and being able to have that blue perk to become that recon character here. ShopifyRebellion taking a page out of that book here too. Sitting in 7th place with 23 points. They're just going to take a little bit of that ring damage, but they would rather do this and taking this roundabout rotation, because they're moving all the way from the south side, eventually entering into Viaducts, where Rock Esports, they look like they're still lingering about. And once a lot more of these teams start trying to take a much more safer position into approaching that south side of zone, it's just a matter of time because 2 members of Rock are safe. They do have a portal nexus available for that 1 member, but they're looking to get aggressive. A Hotdog Mafia too, having to back away after feeling that aggression from that 1 member of Rock.
I was wondering what was happening on the point of view of Verholz there. He was just stood still for far too long, in my opinion, to not have 10 people shoot at him in the open, but obviously knew what he was doing, felt comfortable in doing so. And you spoke about Hotdog Mafia, you spoke about ShopifyRebellion. Well, the hot dogs are about to be cooked. That is devastating from ShopifyRebellion. They just ran them over. That was the equivalent of me standing in front of a double-decker truck. It's not going to be good. I don't even think a double-decker truck is a thing, by the way, but you can imagine it. It's massive.
If you take a trip over to Miami Beach, you'll definitely find it strolling alongside Collins Avenue. You know what? You'll be surprised of what you could find here in the 305, but maybe taking a trip as Rock Esports struggling. I cannot believe the fact that Rock, who have dominated before in scrims too, have only 1 point in 19th place after 3 games alone. Now looking at Exterminators, complete opposite side. They've managed to make that rotate safely from City Hall, now moving over to that left side, passing Liquid Alienware through the choke, and probably approaching Street Market side, where you could find yourself on that bridge. And if you're rocking the altar composition, which in this case they are, they could try to bunker down, but there is going to be CIMJ that have the information of that next ring console, so they will probably have to fight for it if NIP doesn't go in for a third party, or if they don't find CIMJ first.
Just kind of having just taking a moment here to appreciate how clean that fight was from ShopifyRebellion a few times. They get a knock and then they just barrel stuff the last remaining members of Hotdog Mafia. That is why they are so feared in those 3v3s. If you give them a chance, the damage output and the cohesion they have in those 3v3s is so deadly. And that was a perfect example of it. Exterminators still trying to make their rotate here, and this is some of the highest pressure that you can feel as an IGL. So do you know what? Let's listen into what Naughty's saying.
Okay, you might want to TP me. I'm just very far. Okay. Hold on. I'm getting a better angle. Getting a better angle. Hold on.
Just get under that. Yeah.
I have a good angle here. Hold on.
I'm gonna kill up here. Thank you.
Yeah, just shoot. I'm fencing her spot. I'm fencing her spot first. Okay?
I'm up
I have to cross you guys, okay?
We have to let Naughty cross.
I'll cross fine.
Come back down, Jelly. Just stay. Yeah.
See now, double time.
It's fine.
No, they're not altar. I'm good here. Come to me.
I'm coming to Joe. Yeah, go to Joe. Careful your deep right.
I throw a kick for you. Keep it left.
I'm behind. With you.
Come.
Peeking. With you. Far.
Wait. Sorry.
Pick this. I'm fine. Backing up.
Back up.
Yeah.
We have to watch this grab too. Yes, Jen here. Watch this peek.
If they pick it, I'm queuing past them.
We should wait for zone to close first. We're not in zone here.
Okay, you guys come. I have a queue. You come right here. I have a queue.
There's fences, no?
Okay? No, not in the wall here. No.
I mean, if there's fences, we're fucked.
Could we try?
Right? We can try, yeah, but if there's...
Go. I
got fence, I'm chilling.
Take the key back.
I take it back. We kill it.
I'm just gonna keep
back. We have the kill. Reset on Jen. Go left.
Yes, come on.
3, 2, 1, go.
Get
Got him. Drop down. I drop. I balled all of them. One.
They drop two. Play a list down here.
Coming, yes.
Crack one. Play me. Crack damage.
I'm gonna kill to a shop, okay, if we need to.
Okay, no, hit the gen on me. You have to look for this team.
Yeah, got him.
Gotta get this team killed.
Yeah,
I'm taking my kill. No,
cracked one.
Go back.
Play slow. I'm at gen again, maybe.
Yes, we're fine. Come to me. Stay on me. There's 3 of us, guys.
Okay.
One shot, I kill one.
I'm dropping.
I'm crawling back to you guys.
You have to go
Play here, Joe.
Plays knock. Swing you in the open. Play knock and heal. You're fine.
Oh, Jelly clutches. Exterminators though on the back foot here. Vicky, it's a 1v1. Gets the barrier off. It's a PK versus an R9. Kurev is going to fall, but Kurev can peek with that shotgun. Jelly trying to clutch it here for Exterminators, but no, they are gone. The lobby is open, and now everybody has a chance to catch Exterminators.
That broke my heart. As a lover of the R9 always, he missed one PK shot. He just needed to land 2 out of the entire mag to clean him out. And now CIMJ The team that has been holding this side of the bridge about to fall at the hands of Oblivion. And now a Fun FPS is going to be able to drop right down. Fun going to be able to put down this gen for right now. They're trying to restabilize CIMJ. Look at that nade that came overhead. It wipes them out. The ragdoll effect falling at their feet. But it is team after team with an invitation to a party.
Oh, Fun. Not having fun right now, but somehow manages to wiggle everything he has to escape the bullets. Montu not going to be so lucky, though, on Real Nightmare with the triple take. It's Huntsman who clips him. And now Fun and Blink have to try and stay alive here, but what a moment that was. The listening, perfect. You felt every single emotion from the team in that fight that took place. But Cryvor with the clutch, the M&K god with the big shots with the PK. Whew.
Oh man, the PK, especially on E District. Even though this zone is still kind of pulling onto the outskirts, as you already mentioned, you know, these buildings coming clutch until you're funneled outside of them. But imagine, you take these fights here, close range, what better weapon to have than the Peacekeeper? It's not really keeping the peace out here, but it is going to keep this lobby going. And we get some more Apex, as NIP also in trouble. 7-9 is going to be able to clean that up with the G7. Oblivion trying to get even more KP, sitting in second place. Look at that point differential as well. Onset 34 points, and now it's only up to Blinkster, the solo, alive.
Yeah, just think, 12 points for a win here for Oblivion. All of a sudden, Exterminators, the cheeks get a bit tighter. It's pretty simple. NinjasInPyjamas have been eliminated, but for the rest of the lobby, they are saying thank you, NinjasInPyjamas. Thank you, Cryvor, for keeping this thing going and keeping the regional finals alive. Unreal Nightmare playing on this staircase. Blinks are still alive here for Oblivion. Davis Wing has no idea. Hello. Now he does.
And they're not even going to chase him. They're just going to be able to try to harass him from afar. Oh no, not the Maggie Drill. Oh, they funneled him out. That's so unfortunate. And by the way, Huntsman's been having way too much fun with this triple take.
Oblivion eliminated then. Falcons, maybe it's their chance. Fourth in the overalls at the moment. Maybe we're cursing everyone at the moment as Hal gets absolutely ripped. Well, a combination of players. Slayer is credited with the kill. He'll trying to get enough damage out from this G7 scout to allow his teammates to get that res, and Waltzy will get Hal back to his feet. Whew, I'll tell you what, Falcons got a long way to go here. 20 seconds to make that move. As we see ShopifyRebellion versus TSM.
And the overheal amp just coming in clutch as Koi full from a distance. It's not the hands of Huntsman, but it's going to be QZero with that triple take instead. ShopifyRebellion trying to get a reset here. You can see that Portal Nexus coming in clutch. As now Koi is going to get rezzed. The hands of Zainu, the altar player, staying alive. New anchor roll here has now dropped with these patch changes. And now with the zone closing it right behind them, 7-9's going to be able to now find zero. G7 shots galore as Falcons circle the silver platter are looking at this KP right before their eyes.
Oh, God, the timing of that. VP and 100 Thieves are engaging just as they exit the portal. VP are damaged and Falcons eviscerate them. VP out the lobby. We have 10 teams remaining. Grow Gaming will go next. And now 100 Thieves got to worry about Falcons because Falcons are feeling all kinds of pumped up.
They need to with 35 points. You talk about needing a dub. That lead slowly escaping at Exterminators' hands, and Falcons with their backs against this crate getting out of line of sight of a team that holds high over their heads. Over by bridge, 9 squads left in a zone like this. And while they're looking at this DMG, I believe it's just a solo just looking at them from afar here too. And they're trying to they try to get it. He just fails to get it though, and he is able to restabilize at the very least with the Watson fences being the insurance that he also has.
ShopifyRebellion, Unreal Nightmare eliminated. We are watching ZZ face up against Falcons. Hal versus Zero. Zero just falling out of the dropship. And wouldn't it be poetic if either of these teams take each other out here? And ZZ are taking damage from a lot of angles at the moment. You can see the health has been chipped away. But Falcons holding their spot. They recognize how vital this spot is to their success.
To get the next knock. They want to try to push in on this, but if they do, they're going to be in the line of sight of the team that has high ground. They cannot push through this. They're even trying to kidnap them here, as Sice is going to get rezzed. And Falcons holding against the wall, look up above them as they try to push in. Hal gets another crack with that PK.
I mean, they want to destroy the gen here, and then Funk surely throws the wrecking ball towards them. He can do so much damage if he connects to the two players in the corners. That would completely take them out of the fight, as Hal is trying to jump shot, and jump shot he does. Funk is down.
Cinema, you cannot ask for any other scriptwriters to go crazy. Drop the fire. As Falcons move up, ZZ and Shambles, they try to counter-rotate. They're on the other side of Falcons. 100 Thieves. I mean, when you talk about X's everywhere, this could be a nightmare, but this could benefit Falcons as they find themselves on the other side of the sandwich of ZZ falling at their hands. 100 Thieves helping them clean up.
I mean, Hal is swinging everything he has at the moment. It's not nailed to the floor. Hal is swinging it. Masters of Evil will be eliminated. He's taking so much space. DMG with one alive here. Future Streams just trying to find a few extra seconds to stay alive. Funk has been finished off, but ZZ do survive here. DMG finally will go down. Guild now outputting damage. Beautiful shots with that G7 scout.
With 5 squads left now, Falcons are looking to clear this side of zone. Zero, the last one alive before the inevitable happens. Jen Burden taking out his former IGL. Falcons come up to clean up what is left of 100 Thieves. This could be the third-party opportunity, though, for THUGGETS.
From the low ground, but THUGGETS from the high ground. The Sheila starts singing, you love it. Hear a song from the Sheila, Vicky.
Not the birdie I like to hear, though, within my dreams, as now they finish up the third party, as Cryvor is going to be able to finish this game and take the dub for game number 4.
Wow. Forgive me, everyone, for taking
that was so good.
Take in what we just watched. You described it perfectly. That was cinema. That endgame absolutely electric. From the moment the Exterminators left that game and the rest of the lobby opened up, it just felt like everybody took a sigh of relief. Everybody realized there was an opportunity to be taken to close that gap. And I gotta say, one of my favorite games of Apex I've casted in quite some time. The difference, though, the thing we have to kind of highlight, no one else hit match point. Exterminators still have one game where no one else can challenge them as far as winning the tournament right there. So, wow, E-Districts, you delivered.
And Falcons, just mere points away from finding themselves at match point. Although it was inevitable. We kept highlighting the teams on the high ground. That's why they didn't want to give up their spot so badly. And they were so aware of where 100 Thieves positioning were that they knew if they tried to fully int ZZ, they were just going to get 3-peat at that point. It's not about the solo that was DMG. It's about making sure their backs were covered and taking that fight smartly. I cannot believe what we just witnessed at the very end here. For the regional finals, you have 100 Thieves on one side, Falcons on the other, ZZ sandwich. I just cannot believe it. I love Apex.
Hey, if you're not entertained, you're in the wrong place. This has been some phenomenal Apex legends. And of course, it's Cryvor Esports who take the win after all of the talk about Falcons, 100 Thieves, ZZ. 19 points on the board for Cryvor Esports, holding that bridge position, shooting down from that high ground, and being able to clean up the carnage that was happening below them. But Falcons, I gotta say, by the way, considering the zones they've had to navigate today, they are in a phenomenal position. I would argue their performance has almost been as good as Exterminators, as silly as that may sound to some people at home. When you look at how far they've had to travel, how difficult the zones have been for them, they've done a phenomenal job up until this point. But up until this point, doesn't really count for much, as it still will be one team on match point. That's your top 3, though. There's some of the stats. How with 5 kills to his name, Phony with 5, 100 Thieves.
They just need a few more to go with this match, really securing the deed here, just bringing them ever so slightly closer. But Exterminators, as you already mentioned on set, they still have another chance without sweating too much. But the rest of the lobby have noted this. And with Game 4 done and dusted, that means that we are swapping over to World's Edge, one of the maps that we saw Exterminators take the dub on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, this has been phenomenal so far. It feels like we've had like 16 games. I don't know what it is about like the games and the intensity that we're seeing here, but the good news for everybody is we got plenty more Apex Legends coming up, and it's going to come up after this break. The regional finals will continue. Don't go anywhere.
さあドリーも間もなく防衛爆撃ど真ん中に投げてドームが切れる。これやり合ってくれますよ。さあやり合えというこの爆撃。さあローチケが先に全滅。23ポイント。さあドリーが2人で掴んだ。これがエーペックス。それを抑えていくだけ。クロトンがリズミカルに打っていく。 さあまたあの熱狂の札幌に戻れるかミーティア。去年は LCQ からの参戦。さあ最後はアンチの神家長が逃げ惑うが、それをミーティア仕留めて
ありますね。
そうですね。SBI ディグさあるね。ベンターボスがいなくなって3対3。最後は
2部隊ですよこれで。
上に上がった。
ああ偉い、この一番上取りに行ったの。
SBI このポジションはかなり有利に
ただ返している
ことを進められるか。
お続いは
おおイグルナイト勝ち切りました。
何やってんだ。
さあ家長たちはなんだこのアーチの上にいるぞ。
どこだここ。
動けてないぞ。さあもう身動きが取れないような場所をただ順位を伸びていく。どんどんそしてキルを取りに行く。取れれば大きいが
フィナティック上落ちてますよ。
一人落ちた。さあどうした。最後はアンリミット
走っていく形になりますかね。
さあジャンプが前に来た。
一番持ってった。
先に勝負仕掛けた。そうするとフナティックがちょっと狭くなってしまう。
Red Bull is the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I think my mic was muted right there. Welcome back to the ALGS for Americas. My name's Ray. I'm joined by Gaskin here as we kick things off. It's going to be a very, very fun transition here into Game 5. Exterminators still the only one on match point, but my goodness, it's getting closer and closer up at the top. Dan, Falcons, 46 points. And yeah, Exterminators better get it done quick. Otherwise, this lobby is a racing towards it.
Yeah, this was an insane game. I think Mark said on the back end of that when we were off air, he was saying it was like a chess game down below, and then you just had Cryvor up top just having the most fun they could possibly have, just wailing on the kids below them, and then in the end, they do pull out the victory. Just to stop Falcons from getting to match point, by the way, could be very important. If Falcons had gone on to win that whole thing, could have been a very different situation where we were looking at 2 teams on match point instead of just the 1. So that does mean that Exterminators are going to get another free stab in this one.
You know, it would have reminded me kind of what we saw earlier in EMEA, where it's just like, it feels like that was now the gates flooded open once Alliance kind of got on the match point. And it's definitely something that for the rest of the lobby, but also just for those who are rooting for that kind of underdog story in Exterminators, should be happy about, because yeah, once Falcons get up on there, it's going to be scary to think you can keep them for too long, especially now that we're going back to World's Edge and then to Storm Point. E District is gone. We'll see you later. It's time to go back to the tried and true here. World's Edge loading up. Imperial Howl, Gildersons, Watson Waltzy trying to make it in to that match point threshold. 4 points needed, and they're going to be rocking the Sparrow, Wraith, and the Fuse. We've seen Fuse come out later in these lobbies as well. And a handful of Sparrows here and there. And going to be a little bit more of a staple here in this Game 5 as the options go away.
And we are seeing bans pretty much identical to scrims as well, with Watson going in game. Well, actually, Watson went a little bit earlier, excuse me. It's not identical because we saw Watson go instead of Mad Maggie because they were tied in that one, and Mad Maggie lost the tiebreaker, or won the tiebreaker, whichever way you want to see it. But now going into match 5 here, certainly a good chance for Exterminators. They've already found 2 wins on World's Edge so far this season, and one of those was during regional finals. I want to clarify something as well. Mark was talking about, you know, what opens up in terms of who wins regional finals, what spots where, and I had given him slightly false information. I said that JD Gaming would have been hoping that Exterminators win. I think actually it's the opposite. JD Gaming will be hoping Exterminators don't win so that that spot isn't taken, because only so many spots can be opened up by regional final winners, and JD Gaming will be praying that someone who is already in one of those spots, like Falcons for example, wins rather than Exterminators. But certainly it changes everything in those top 30 positions if we see Exterminators there or thereabouts. So there is so much on the line for other regions watching on at the moment, hoping that someone does or doesn't win. It's kind of crazy, but for Exterminators, their main focus is just getting this done, still being the only team on match point.
I love it. And, you know, all those things will get closer and closer to seeing the reality of it. But, you know, it hits you like a Mack truck when it becomes real. If Exterminators make it a top 10, we could just be at the edge of our seats right now thinking, could this be it? And that's their goal. Get to top 10. Handle it after that, but just get to top 10. On this side, though, it's looking like Unreal Nightmares not having a good run at it. CIMJ just picking every single shot that they can to go towards them. And on the other side of things, McLovin also going down. Davis Waves fully falls down. CIMJ pick up the KP. And fighting continue up above them. Over as we also go across with Thuggets here just to tap in. It's Grow Gaming still on that fight where CIMJ were near. And Grow Gaming actually dropped. He goes down. It's just Keon and Noct here. And they're going to have to get out of Dodge. This is quite a crazy little skirmish here happening over on the other side of Epicenter.
Can Rock wake up is my biggest question. What a terrible start to match point finals it's been for one of the best teams in the last few months. Just haven't been able to get going at all. I mean, there's potentially still time for a fight back with only one team on match point at the moment, so it's still not impossible, but it's certainly looking pretty dismal to begin with here. And whilst their spot at champs is already sewn up by this point, they would still like to have shown a better showing, I'm sure, as CIMJ have lost 1 here.
That's just a weird spot for CIMJ and Rock to be engaging. I mean, there's nothing really to earn from this. There's not a lot right now that they're gaining from this kind of just wild back and forth between the rocks. You know, none of these are positions they've exactly wanted to hold, but they're just trying to survive and stay in this area. They know the zone is going to be around here most likely. It's a dangerous game, not one that, you know, has a lot of set rules for that fight. So we're going to see who's able to navigate the chaos of what a battle royale can be. Speaking of, welcome back, Sentinel. It's been a while, but a good way to be welcomed back with a fully gold kit. Got that 4 to 10 times thermal sniper there, so it's going to be exactly what Oblivion would love to see. Keon's still alive. I think they had lost Noct, and certainly Noct dropped earlier. Keon might just be the last one alive. Almost goes down there. But again and again, this fight right towards kind of the western side of Epicenter, with Exterminators now getting involved too. Dan, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, because this is the one team that doesn't want to be taking too many risks, but this has just been the most chaotic part of the map so far.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether it's going to be one of those circles where it pulls over towards the train tracks by Exterminators. They could be in one of the perfect positions if we do see that pull, and perhaps that's what they are banking on here, as Grow Gaming eliminated. Keon will be the last person to be taken out of this lobby from them, and Exterminators will be able to hold this building once more. It looks like they are going to be safe and comfortable, and they can just wait, hold, and hope that that zone does come their way. Now, elsewhere in the lobby, it's about playing catch-up. It's about trying to reach match point, or at least getting as close as possible before other teams start to get that chance to win the whole thing.
And when you consider the fact that ZZ are in 8th, Grow Gaming was in 4th, but they're only 5 points away, this is still very, very tight. For those not Exterminators right now. Obviously, over 50 is the number to get to match point. They're the only team in the lobby, but everybody else is hovering in those mid-30s to high 40s. And one big moment here from Zero could certainly not only have a chance to put him on match point, but in the top 3 of the lobby overall in this conversation. And really just kind of going big picture here, 'cause it's been chaotic, Dan, to start. I think you brought up a couple of good points. One, with Rock starting so slow, a team that's been so consistent. Clearly something is off in terms of them finding their rhythm here. This lobby has felt a bit chaotic to watch. You see Grow Gaming, a team that's been so good at finding themselves in these final zones. As we look at this map of where these zones will be, not really able to navigate it well and already going down early. Is it because of the chaos of this zone? Maybe people taking some odd positions. We know Grow Gaming was in that epicenter skirmish with CIMJ, and maybe that's what started all of this chaos. Or, you know, is there just something about the way that this lobby has shifted with Exterminators jumping out front, and it's forcing some of these teams to go, wait, we need to get off our game plan. We're kind of already behind. We need to do something different, and maybe just having them off their game overall in general, chasing.
Yeah, trying to do something different, but also getting maybe caught off guard with a couple of these rings that haven't really gone their way. And then you try and adjust. It doesn't really work out. You take a fight because you're frustrated, and then you end up being on 4 points. And sadly, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Anyway, we see the zone is not pulling towards said train track, so Exterminators are going to have to move a little bit further, but I believe they did have a console or a survey beacon to work with over at the survey building, so they will at least get a little bit of extra information before they move on. Speaking of teams that have information, Falcons, obviously they were dropping down towards Dome. They did have information, and they are moving up through the survey building on the southeast, so they're going to get even more info from that southeast side. So Falcons also going to have plenty of info to work with. They're going to have to move through Oblivion. And for Falcons, it's about just getting those 6 points to try and put themselves onto match point, which sounds easier than it actually is with a zone like this, because a lot of teams have already moved into position. ShopifyRebellion also 17 points away from getting that match point threshold. Definitely achievable here.
And you just see the power of pushing with Alter, but also you see the power of the 3-2-1. That should be an easy KP. There's no way they got Skittle Cakes up, or did they? From that, nope, that'll be an easy kill. And that just puts Hotdog Mafia in such an awkward spot. They've got to do a lot now. Rambo knowing that, you know, the second he tries, there's already teams around here. Keon died, kind of chasing away from where that bridge is. You see 100 Thieves. You see Vlorzi as well over there. And ShopifyRebellion, they're a team with, you know, a lot of history of success, but constantly rebuilding has been the theme for Zainu and Koiful, trying to find the right third, trying to find either the right IGL. It wasn't working with Phony. It didn't work with MT for most of the split and this last run at midseason playoffs. Cycling rosters, and now with Zap, can they find the success that they're looking for? A team that, you know, if they win today, would look like they would win all of Pro League and be going into champs with a lot of confidence. Dan, but certainly it just feels like there's so much potential with this squad. High expectations all around.
CIMJ are going to be on the other side of this one, though, looking to get aggressive, but they've already taken a lot of damage. And oh my goodness, Zainu does shred the majority. He doesn't get the actual kill. And now ShopifyRebellion, 6s and 7s a little bit here, all over the place. They're going to have to work very hard together, Koiful and Zap. But Zap's taken so much.
Oh, this is tough. It's going to be Koiful. He's going to have to go for it. There's one guy that you want on the other end of an R99 in a 2v1 situation. It's Jason the Wheat. I mean, Koiful. It's Koiful here, who is, again, for ShopifyRebellion, making it happen. What a moment. And this is why we talk about this team. Dan, the talent, it's certainly there.
Definitely is there, and they are such an incredible fighting team. And they are just going to be able to pop these meds, and the zone isn't going to be too much of an issue for them because they have the ability to get out via this zip line as well. Their worry is going to be Unreal Nightmare, who are kind of watching on, or at least a single player from Unreal Nightmare is. The rest are over towards Monument, and ShopifyRebellion, though, should be able to bypass said player and hopefully find a position to call safe.
ShopifyRebellion with that win go from 8th, or about 5th place actually, in 33 points now to 37 points in 3rd place. So again, you see how tight it is. They skip over ZZ, they skip over Grow Gaming, and just like that are in top 3. Now you see exactly where Exterminators started and where they're going to end. And I'd say the big thing about Exterminators for me is they played these zones really well. And Dan, they've taken out a lot of hard work. Clearly the macro, the IGLing is just on point for what's been going on with them, because this is exactly where the chaos was for 4 other teams. It's where Grow Gaming, one of our most consistent in-zone teams who have played parallel to Exterminators, got taken down, and it's where Exterminators are just sitting pretty. So we'll keep an eye on them. But meanwhile, Team Falcons looking to cross match point here. 47 with 3 more KP, they do it.
Yeah, 3 more KP, and they are in a fight, and they've got the first knock onto Monsoon. So that 3 KP could be right here, right now, for Team Falcons to cross match point threshold. How's sending it in, and now just going to bait and wait for the rest of the team to arrive to shut down Blink here. But Falcons are doing so well to ensure that they don't commit too heavily to leave themselves vulnerable to a third party. They are spreading themselves out. They are making sure they have got plenty of room to work with, and they get a couple of kills onto the board. That takes them to 49 points, but they are not quite there, as one remaining player was able to escape, as now Exterminators are beginning to plan their move. They are chasing THUGGETS, and actually, they've been able to do a lot of damage here to get the initial frag.
And the only reason this is happening is so they do have to move. They've got to go right now in terms of finding some of this KP and keeping the momentum, clearing out the side that they were playing in. And I think this is just going to be an interesting conversation. Are they going to be able to take that Altar Void Nexus back, or do they just say, you know, this is not where we're actually going to end up finally playing? We're just going to go back and, you know, kind of play through this tunnel. It seems like maybe they're just going to look to play around this tunnel. It's an interesting choice. And what caused them to leave, we're not quite sure, but certainly chasing KP has been the way they've played, and they've stuck to their guns, and it's worked so far.
Yeah, well, Exterminators did have that survey beacon, so they would have been able to get the info on where teams were, and perhaps they thought like this was the best plan of action, to try and go through this tunnel side and then worm their way in to survey. And it looks like they've done just that. They now find themselves in a somewhat comfortable position. They have the rock to work with, and now they can hold out. Teams arriving from their previous position. It's going to be Hotdog Mafia arriving. Exterminators are able to take down the first.
It's a tough situation for them. There's so many teams around, but it gets really easy if they just hit a few shots. And that just means Master of Evil, Hotdog Mafia, THUGGETS, they just got to go down. And this is where you need to take the moment into your own hands. If you're Jelly, take that Peacekeeper and make a play. He sees him outside the building, hits for 12. They're going to chase potentially, at least the one who's down, get some more KP. It makes it difficult for that team to come out and push them. So in a way, that's safety. But are they satisfied with this? Because this building would be a much better place to hold. Also, a much harder place to contest, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Kuzme takes already 100, another 84, gets stuck between the wall and a hard place. And that hard place is Jelly's PK.
I mean, I tell you what, when Exterminators get going, they look like an unstoppable force. Doesn't matter how you try and stop them or if you try and escape, you're going to get run down. Although, meanwhile, Falcons have crossed the match point threshold. They have reached the 50-point threshold because of just purely placement. They didn't even need the kills, as they've now got into the top 15. Liquid Alienware, a team that have also struggled a lot today, currently taking a fight against KCP, and they have been able to get the first entry.
Liquid Alienware, one of those teams. We've just seen it all from them, and yet it feels like we haven't yet seen the full version of them. Brock going to go down. Vaxlon sliding into ShopifyRebellion. It's a bit of a tough situation for them. 7 points left before they cross match point. And the only thing about Exterminators, I like the way that they're playing, but there's two sides to this coin. You've got Shopify and Falcons still in this lobby, which is going to be very difficult for them to navigate. And, well, I guess that's just one of them now. And Shopify goes down to Unreal Nightmare. But the better teams you have, like ZZ here, the harder it's going to be to navigate that final zone really well, because they're going to be doing the same thing. But if the dice start to roll in their favor, and so far, Dan, with top 7, things have, Exterminators are going to have a chance to do something here.
T-Law, look at Liquid Alienware. They send one player up onto ZZ. Now, ZZ were in prime position, one of the better spots, but Team Liquid Alienware might be able to just close in on them and take them out. Elsewhere, Exterminators still fighting tooth and nail to hold this position, a very advantageous spot they find themselves in for this late game as well, because they can watch on everything that's happening with protection from this building before they move in. Now, ZZ did survive that push from Liquid Alienware, but they had to retreat, giving up prime position now to Team Liquid Alienware, who hold the best position in the game.
This is it. I mean, this is the moment that you're waiting for. If you're Exterminators, you've played every single day this split, every single day this year for this opportunity. 5 teams stand in your way between you and Sapporo. You and a few million in January. You just got to win this game of Apex. Man, what a moment we've got here. And nobody really to their backs. The problem is in front of them, well, they got ZZ and they've got Liquid Alienware, who a team I was just talking about. So good sometimes, so nothing sometimes. When they have their good games, they are one of the best teams in the world. And it looks like it just might be one of those games where they're playing in form.
The Exterminators, who only have a 28% conversion rate from top 5 to a win, comparatively to some of the other teams we have in the lobby, which is upward of 40 to 50%. Liquid Alienware, for example, 40% conversion rate from top 5, and we are closing in on said top 5. Maybe that statistic is going to help Team Liquid Alienware keep this thing rolling. Because Exterminators still have a lot to do from this position, but I'll tell you what, they're going to flank round on the western side and hope to maybe take the fight to Team Liquid Alienware. Dark Veil is going to give them a little bit of protection. They can hold this area for a short while, but if they have a direct fight 3v3 against T-Law and win it, this game could be theirs.
You know what, Dan? It's the thing that their lobby, their situation, their rotation, it's so good. This is how they win the game. They take that fight up on top and they use the Dark Veil to seize the moment. But they've got to win these fights. Again, it's PK to PK. Team Liquid Alienware know that there's a team trying to press the advantage. And so far, it hasn't worked well. Jelly's going to get in, Naughty as well. They're playing as a team. Sometimes a bad plan executed as well is better than a good plan executed poorly. They don't have a lot of shields. They don't have the best position, but they're just all committed, and they do get down Jaguares, and it's 3 versus 2 here in this fight. And meanwhile, ZZ loses Funk on the low ground.
But on the other side, Falcons from the east side have been able to push up, take the height, and now Falcons suddenly hold prime position after crossing match point threshold. Falcons are looking to try and keep this thing rolling and deny the Exterminators. The Exterminators have had to back down. They are able to avoid the gunfight. Guild almost gets caught out. Guild might get caught out. He's in no man's land, but he fights back with incredible damage. And Hal comes through to maybe shut down the Exterminators.
That was incredible. Somehow Falcons stick together as well, and they deny the push from Stay Naughty and Exterminators. That could have been the game. That could have been the entire regional finals. Falcons. Everybody should be rooting for them if they want, but Falcons get eliminated. And yet it's still Team Liquid Alienware. The Catalyst gets her ultimate back. And that's 1 Dark Veil. And only 3 teams left in the lobby. Exterminators have a chance here to win regional finals and book their ticket to Japan for the ALGS Championships. It's just one more fight.
Remember, Liquid Alienware are just a 2 as well, but Liquid Alienware have the high ground. If Liquid Alienware try and focus too much on Cryvor, it might just gift this one to Exterminators. They have played this one perfectly. Down to a T. Their rotations, their moves, the fights they've taken, but also when they back out of said fights. Even with the damage they got onto Falcons, they retreated because they knew it would put them in a vulnerable spot. They were able to get back up to a 3. And now they are so close to a position at champs. It would be unbelievable to do this in 5, by the way. But Cryvor are one of the teams that are standing in their way, and it would be back-to-back wins for Cryvor as well as still as a 2. Liquid Alienware could do some damage here, Rainday.
Well, the Americas have been a story of dynasties, but we said that the kings have abdicated the throne, and who will arise in their place to steal the empire and claim victory over the land of the Americas? Jelly's gone down, but Shubi's still alive. Exterminators on top of height. They're going to get the res off. Yanya jumps up, gets slammed with a PK. Liquid Alienware go down. This could be it. Exterminators from out of nowhere on top of the mountain, but not on top of North America. Cryvor Esports, send us to another game.
Cryvor Esports do it again, but it was Liquid Alienware who put in the heavy lifting there to just deny Exterminators from winning that game. That single pop, that single shot onto Jelly to shut down Exterminators sadly meant that they were no way going to be able to win that one from that position because Cryvor just had the extra player advantage and Cryvor pushed themselves up to 40, but it is still only going to be 2 teams on match point here, Rainday. No one else crossed the threshold. Shopify close in, Cryvor close in, but it is just going to be Exterminators and Team Falcons going into match 6 on match point.
Cryvor, my goodness, the entire stadium, if you were in Sapporo right now and this happened live, would be erupting for another game of Apex Legends. Oh, and those watching at home, I know you are enjoying this. How about that for a Sunday final zone? Exterminators with 18 points. And this is where you can't let it get to your head. You did phenomenally, but you put yourself in the right situation. Just keep doing that and let the rest be handled. So impressed by these young men. And Q's here, Pluto Reality and Nano with the win. My goodness, Dan. Wow, that was almost storybook for Exterminators, but yet again, we go to another game.
could this be the best opportunity Exterminators had to win regional finals? Because, as I said, they played it so well. They rotated on that western side. They took the fight to Liquid Alienware. But actually, in the end, with Liquid Alienware backing off to the point of just being a duo and holding that position on height, it hurt Exterminators so much. Regardless of how well Exterminators played that, even when they took the height off of Liquid Alienware just being a nuisance and getting those shots, doing that damage, getting that knock onto Exterminators, sadly ruined their chances of winning regional finals at this game, but maybe it could happen later.
There's still a chance. That's the beauty of how fast that they hit it. There's still one of only 2 teams to make it. Falcons and Exterminators on match point, and yet again, we go to more Apex Legends. It only ends when someone on match point wins, so sit back, relax, grab whatever refreshments you need, and we'll see you on the other end of this program.
あまりここにこう時間をかけられない。すぐ終わった。さあこの1人を詰めてきた。裏を取った。ただ落としてる。レイが落ちてるがここで落としてシラル届くかどうか。 1v1。さあ残ったのはインリス絡めて終焉セキュリティをどうなる。まだ耐えてる。ノックダウンで耐えてもう一度ボールを引き出す。長い 1v1 まだ終わらない。球がないか。これは冷静になればシラルが見えている。すごい生き残ることに魂を燃やした家長に導かれシラル世界大会進出も決めました。
Well, I mean, what do you say? What do you say? Cryvor Esports playing spoiler to the pie. The Cryvorians will be very happy about that one, Dan. That is an insane performance from them. Exterminators, heartbreaking for them. I thought that Naughty had his moment. Stood on top of the mountain, IGLing his team into a position to win it all, but they do not get it done. Falcons join them on match point now, and that is a scary, scary proposition.
I will say, Cryvor versus Exterminators does feel like a Doctor Who episode that I've watched at some point over the years, but it really was Team Liquid Alienware that changed this whole thing. If this shot didn't happen onto Jelly, if they weren't able to knock Jelly, I think that Exterminators probably win this one, but Liquid Alienware, they stood strong, they held the mountain, and they made sure that Exterminators weren't going to get an easy win from up there. And even though Exterminators tried, look at this again from Yanya. The res is coming, and even though Yanya doesn't get a kill there, he denies the res because he makes them think about it, and that just opens the door here for Cryvor Esports. Like you said, the Cryvorians from the planet of Cryvor will be very happy about their back-to-back victories because they're not, what, 10 points away from match point? And we only have 2 teams on match point now, and it is not a dead cert. It's going to be done here. Falcons haven't won a game on Storm Point all season long, and if Exterminators can't get it done, suddenly we might be looking at match 7.
I mean, you had to say it, didn't you? You had to say it. Now the Falcons are on match point. You had to highlight the fact they have not won a match on match point. On Storm Point, on Storm Point, in the match point format is where they could get it done. There's a sentence in there somewhere. I'm interfering. Signals are interfering from the Cryvorians. They're trying to get me right now from the outer space planet. Yeah, I mean, it just feels set up now, doesn't it? For heartbreak. I have to say, Exterminator's been brilliant. That's the opportunity, though. How many times have we talked about it?
Bode very well for Team Falcons.
Well, here we go then, everyone. Match number 6. It's a change of map. And we're heading back to Storm Point. Dan has rightly highlighted the fact that Team Falcons have not won a game on Storm Point this split. But now that they're on match point, is this their chance to do so? Cryvor Esports with a win in the previous game, now 10 points away from match point themselves.
That's also something to note. They haven't needed to win a match on Storm Point so far this season because you just need points. You don't necessarily need that win. And also, there's been different iterations of the Falcons roster that we've seen throughout this season as well. So it was mainly when Zero was on this roster that they weren't finding victories on Storm Point. So maybe this newfound Falcons roster might be able to do it at the final moment they are asked of this season. And that's not a terrible zone for them either in terms of how far the Falcons have to move from Coastal and Echo. Not only that, they have ring consoles, they have survey beacons, they could have everything they could possibly want when it comes to moving. Elsewhere, for the Exterminators, it's a slightly different story. They're at Sito Station and they are moving and grooving fast. They've got a ring console, they are given a jump tower from it, and they are going to be moving as quick as possible into that zone. But they are beaten by CIMJ, and they are followed closely by VP.
Look at this, both teams arriving at almost exactly the same time. I think Exterminators pull up a little bit short, and VP have gone to the north. Nobody wants to engage quite yet, but wow, that could have been very, very interesting. But look at this zone, Dan. Look at the lack of buildings. There's barely any buildings to play with here. The fact that Newcastle is gone, Caustic is gone, Watson gone as well. This is a rough zone to get into if you're not there early. For Exterminators, they need to put the heartbreak of the previous game behind them because they have another chance here by having great prio and a spot in this zone.
Well, Hotdog Mafia try and find a position, but they had already been beaten to it by Virtus.pro. The bubble will save them for now, but they're going to have to try and reposition and find a different spot. Worth noting that there are a lot of teams running Rampart. Could be very helpful in this final circle, but it is going to be Gibraltar as the main legend here. 16 teams with Gibraltar. He'll be banned going into match 7 if we get there.
Okay, I need to take a second here just to compose myself. This has been a heck of a regional finals. It really has been a special one. And it feels like the right time of the year to start upping the ante a little bit in the ALGS. Falcons have just lost Guild. It's from distance with a longbow. But back to my original point, this is some of the best Apex we've seen this split without a doubt. And with champs coming up, there's no surprise that that's the case here, Dan.
Guild's gone down. It was whilst they were making their rotation on the Trident, and now Falcons as a 2 are going to have to try and move in, get said banner. It looks like they do have the potential to... Yeah, they can craft it here, and there is a respawn as well. So actually, it's not going to hurt them too much because they're pretty isolated over at Launchpad. So they'll quickly be able to get back on their feet. The only thing is going to be Guild losing all the attachments that he had when he comes back down from the heavens. As elsewhere, more Tridents are starting to move on and make their rotations, and people are getting caught out here.
I think the one thing that's going to hurt Falcons is the fact that they've probably lost good prio to this zone. And we talked about how there's not a lot of positions to play. Well, they're going to have to fight their way in now and not be able to hold a spot down. So for Falcons, the game plan has changed, but this is where some of the best IGLs in the world earn that money. Oblivion, they've already got a win to their name, but Blinks up. He's gone for a little nap. Having been taken down here from distance by Rambo, who a few moments ago was about 1 HP himself, manages to survive, and now going to force Monsoon to expel that bubble to get his Wraith back in the game.
Oblivion have done fantastically, by the way, to be in 6th position, 34 points, because I know they've had a couple of issues so far today in these match point finals. So they are still within touching distance, and it would be even more beneficial for them if they can just push themselves that little bit further and show what they can do here in this lobby. As Falcons, Hal's gone down.
Oh no.
And they are certainly in the thick of it right now, Mark.
Yeah, that's the gimme down as well. I look at Cryvor. He's overextending for this. How jumped off the trident. I don't know if it was deliberate or not, a miscommunication, whatever it would have been, but we've got to hope that he's not howling right now because Gilda and Waltzy have some work to do to get their IGL back into the game. It will be a double reset. If Falcons go on to win regional finals in this game, Waltzy's out of there. Guild's got the wheels moving back again, and he's going to go back to the crafter and repeat the dosage.
Yeah, he's like, well, thank God I didn't get a bat out of this crafter. And he can use it and get a nice little res. And Falcons looks like they will be okay again. I was going to say Falcons may be in a better position than Exterminators because they do have the Rampart, whereas Exterminators not running Rampart. Instead, going for a slightly different composition, they have Alter as well to be working with. As we check in with Liquid Alienware, perhaps the saviors of the last match being able to shut down the Exterminators, but they're also trying to do what they can as a team.
Bro Gaming taking a little bit of damage here. Bubble's going to go out though. Got a Rampart walls as well. Nano's just gone down for Cryvor and been finished off as well by Fun. That's Sheila being a right nuisance. Not though, also being a nuisance. Can't quite connect with Miles, but some great little double jump movement here. Using the abilities that Sparrow does offer you. Makes you look like you got all the smooths even on the roller. So Keon trying to get back to his teammate. Second bubble's going to go down as well. You can see that Bro Gaming really having to work hard against Masters of Evil here. They keep pushing them.
We are in a position where teams like Grow Gaming, if they find a victory in this game, they would reach match point. They've lost one, they've lost two though, and they might not even be able to think about a victory here unless Noct can pull off the unthinkable in a 1 versus 2 with very little health to work with. But the PK, sometimes you can pull it off, but not here. Masters of Evil will get one over Grow Gaming, and Grow Gaming will have to be hoping that we do not see a Falcons victory or an Exterminators victory so they can have a chance in match 7.
Well, Liquid have split. Yanya has left his teammate to try and just get out of here. Pony's trying to chase him down. And there come the cavalry in more than one way. Yanya, heck of a player. Not going to survive this one. Gets pinched. Liquid Alienware still alive, though, in the lobby. As the last remaining player is over by kind of Waterfall and Ceto Station. So 100 Thieves will be credited with that point. That will get them the kill. We're 100 Thieves when it comes to total points at the moment. Let's have a look across. Where are we of 100T? Can you spot 34 in the overall? So, yeah, a big win here for them, and they will be able to probably get near match point, but it's a long way to go for them.
That's what I'm saying, like 100 Thieves, Hotdog, Mafia, like if you're on like 33, 34, Oblivion on 35, it's very much achievable with a victory here. You could find yourself on match point. It is still so tight. Even though Exterminators have had chance after chance now, we could see maybe 1 or 2 teams joining them shortly if they allow it to go on. It's DMG now. They're on 25 points. They haven't yet been able to really get going, but a victory could get them close as well. Multi's gone down. Guild's gone down as well. NIP will shut down Team Falcons. And just like that, we lose one of our match point teams, and the Storm Point woes continue for Falcons.
Well. Previous scripts would have dictated that a double reset would automatically turn into a win. However, time has moved on since those scripts were written. NinjasInPyjamas get those kills and finally deal with the threat of Team Falcons. So 1 match point team left in the lobby, and it is Exterminators still, who are in prime position. Bang center zone. Rock Esports, one of the favorites coming into today. Not been their favorite day though.
Arguably their least favorite day, probably, that they've had in Pro League. 5 points is dismal. Like, let's be honest, let's call a spade. They should be doing better. But as I alluded to last game, there is still time, especially with Falcons being eliminated here and only Exterminators with a chance to win it. If ROC were able to get a win, suddenly they could be back into the mix. But we'll have to see whether they can even survive this fight.
Oh, DMG are looking to third it. DJ Killer is just going, okay, bide our time. There's a couple of knocks. Here's a Stinger Bolt. Now I'm going to move in to try and third party. Here comes the push. Cryvor dealt with. Beautiful timing here from DMG. They get one. Chase mob ripped apart as well. Jay the last alive. DJ Killer One of the kill leaders in the region. Can't quite connect with the final shots there. But all of these kills mean space is going to be gathered. Vax, though, for ROC. Somehow ROC, by the way, still 3.
That was perfect from ROC. I think they sensed something was up. They smelled it. They smelled the third party potentially happening. They backed off. They used the wall. And then they just timed the repush perfectly. Now DMG down to just a 2. ROC have taken a lot of damage, though. So future streams having a little peek at this one, but you've got to be careful.
I think DMG have got to cut their losses here. They've lost DJ Killer, and that looks exactly like what they are going to do. Now, where can they res? That's the real question. Can they craft somewhere near? It doesn't really look like they've got many options on that side. The closest to them is kind of outside of Cito Station, but a lot of teams on that side of the map still. So ROC, who felt like when we first joined that little scuffle going on, were in the worst position, show some great experience to make themselves a difficult initial first kill, and then to get out, survive, and re-engage means they will now hold that hilltop building. Liquid Alienware have reset, but Niazor's popping syringes, and he's already had his shields ripped away.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that maybe Ganya can make a portal for them to work with, but Dupe has eyes on it. It's not looking good for Team Liquid Alienware, I'll be honest with you.
Good luck. Good luck, boys. That's all I can say. Still alive, though.
Yeah.
Yanya's done something here.
He's got him into a position. You can see down by the rock, they have been able to find somewhere to call home. ShopifyRebellion were temporarily looking over it. By the way, ShopifyRebellion on 44 points. They are the next team to be closing in on the match point threshold. And as the #1 seeded team coming into this, and the team looking to try and win Pro League as well, well, it would be quite something if they found themselves on match point as well going into match 7. But they'd have to deny the Exterminators.
I don't know why you said it like that. But I enjoyed it. Stinger ball goes out from Zainu, trying to force his team away. Got to be careful, though. He just gets peeked a little bit as Team Liquid Alienware's rough day continues, and ShopifyRebellion don't need to be asked twice when kills are presented in front of them. They get those to add to the tally. They're now a couple of points closer as TSM will pull to the side of this building. ShopifyRebellion want to try and hold both of these by the looks of things. They want to get aggressive here, and why wouldn't you with the way they've been playing today?
Yeah, they've been playing excellently when they do get into those team fights, especially we saw that 1v2 earlier from Cryvor. The R99 looking very familiar in his hands. And it is always a pleasure, I think. When you see the R9 used that way, especially in a meta where it's been so dominated by the PK in recent months, seeing the R9 back on your screens once more is definitely an enjoyable thing. But now Zainu will step away after not getting the damage that he would have wanted, and TSM are going to be on the other side of this.
Well, TSM have used the bubble. This is the difficult thing for them now. ShopifyRebellion trying to probably bait that ability out, and when that goes down, you wouldn't be surprised to see them try and swing again. But ROC now have moved into this position on the outside, probably thinking there might have been a bit more damage done. So ShopifyRebellion will have to probably give up on the idea of just wiping TSM as quickly as possible, unless ROC decide to help them out here. Cryvor with some great shots.
Cryvor with fantastic shots, a great damage dealer as always, but ShopifyRebellion respecting their opponents, and they also are hearing that Rock's in the area. Obviously, they won't know it's Rock, as Team Liquid Alienware also look like they're nearby and potentially could third this if things get a little bit too messy. But another bubble comes out from TSM. Are they going to be vulnerable when that drops will be the real question. And ShopifyRebellion are just making sure they are covering every single door. I hate holding these buildings, by the way, especially when you've got altars in the area.
And you got a Sheila. TSM down to 2. Cryvor takes the height, trying to pick off one remaining member of TSM and also doing some damage onto Rock. Zainu's gone back for a little bit more of Team Liquid, who are just having the roughest day of all time. But they are still surviving here, Team Liquid Alienware. I'm not sure how, but they are still alive.
I mean, void passages left, right, and center at the moment. Trying to abduct someone, trying to get a position on height, trying to back off, trying to escape. They're all useful in different ways. Another bubble up for TSM as they try and survive. 100 Thieves have just been eliminated, by the way. THUGGETS doing some damage on the southwest side of this map as the zone is going to continue to shift to the middle of no man's land right here.
The THUGGETS have to force this fight. Lawsy pulls out the Sheila. Lawsy dismisses a couple of shields, but is it going to be enough for them to win this fight? I'm not sure it's going to be. A ShopifyRebellion will deal with not just TSM, but ROC as well. And then they go back inside, and Zainu goes nuclear in and around that bubble.
Oh my goodness.
Push, but this is ShopifyRebellion you're trying to do this Yanya, that's dealt with. Yanya last alive. Shopify Rebellion will not die.
I mean, Cryvor is on a slither of health, but Yanya's just thinking about surviving. Zainu will shut down that final player, but Shopify Rebellion have just dumped all over Team Liquid Alienware. That was fantastic, and a lot of it came down to the positioning from Zap with that Stinger Bolt, and was able to really do some absolute madness from the stairwell. Hotdog Mafia also eliminated, but we check in with ZZ. Remember, they're only 9 points away from crossing the match point threshold. Imagine if they were to win regional finals. But again, we still have to think about Exterminators. They are still alive somewhere on the map right now, biding their time, hoping they can get into the final circle.
The placement of that trident is very, very good because it's... DMG. Dealt with. But is that going to wind up, shall we say? Zero and ZZ, if they're not able to reset here, here come the Exterminators. They want a piece of this. They want to clear this up.
I mean, the Exterminators again doing what they are set out to do. Exterminate. ZZ ripped away from this lobby, so ZZ will not be able to get onto match point. THUGGETS have just been eliminated as well. And now Exterminators hold one of the buildings that is certainly a powerful spot at the moment, but the zone, it shifts southeast here, down towards Oblivion, down towards Cryvor. Could Cryvor go back to back to back to keep themselves alive and maybe get onto match point? They're 6 points away. As by the way, Shopify Rebellion have crossed match point as well.
NinjasInPyjamas just been eliminated. Cryvor need 2 points to hit match point as well. Back to back to back for Cryvor. What a performance that would be. And on the good side of zone as well. Virtus.pro still a 3. Everyone in the lobby still a 3 that's left. CIMJ. Exterminators, VP, Oblivion, and Cryvor. Your remaining 5 squads in this lobby. When you're looking at where the zone's going, Oblivion, no doubt, have the best spot. But the amount of teams that's left alive here, there is a lot of space to play. Exterminators have the chance to win it, though. Let's jump into the comms and see what Naughty's saying.
Yeah, I have a lot of nades. I have 4 nades, one arc, and 1 fucking thermite.
4, 3.
Try to get nades from those
Listen,
boxes.
it's one team in here, one team behind us, one team here, one team has all of zone. They have everything, okay? Everything. We force this team to go to a spot in zone, okay? We're just gonna wall straight at these kids, and then we're gonna get them killed.
Yeah,
Or we
can
actually
peek
wall
above
this
them,
way, maybe.
Okay, they're kind of peeking it.
Yeah.
Tell us one, just tell us one. Stay healthy, stay healthy. I'm gonna fucking nuke them with nades.
Batting, yeah. Just do it on zone close.
Yeah.
Wall straight this way, okay? Literally straight red ping.
Big nade.
And we're gonna fight the right, yeah.
Walking up.
Big nade. Yeah, walking up. I'm gonna give you a... Play slow. Give me
Huge damage from the Skynade, and Exterminators try and be positive here. Try and put the pressure on. They know they have to take a spot from another team, and it's Cryvor who are struggling here. QZI is down thanks to the Gibby ult.
They may have denied the back-to-back-to-back, and they're about to rip it right away from Cryvor as Exterminators now find themselves into the top 3, but Stay Naughty's just gone down.
Links it with the Cryvor. And Oblivion, as VP will fall, have thrown the cat among the pigeons. Exterminators are eliminated. I cannot believe what we are seeing.
We go to match 7.
Oblivion with the Cryvor shot that may have just broken what was left of the hearts of Exterminators. Monsoon doing a Mary G, has to get the bubble down. They'll go down, but Oblivion job done here. 50 points, they are on match point. CIMJ trying to challenge them. Fonz on his own. And he will fall. CIMJ will be the champion here of game number 5. I don't know what to say at this point. Incredible Apex.
Well, one thing that we can guarantee is a 7th match here in Regional Finals of Americas, and 4 teams are going to be on match point. Shopify Rebellion and Oblivion will join Falcons and Exterminators. And remember, we go again on Storm Point because of the way this works with the snake maps. So that means there's going to be another chance for teams to try and do it if they consider themselves a Storm Point team. And how amazing could it be for a team like Oblivion, by the way, if they were able to pull this out of nowhere when it seemed like it was going to be all about Exterminators for every single time they are getting to these final circles, but just unable to convert. And it just seems like one team shuts them down when they least expect it. This time it was a Cryvor.
It's the one quickly. You got to remember, you know, Oblivion need to win this thing. They need to get into position to win this thing to go to Japan. You've got ShopifyRebellion, who have won one game all split, but are now on match point. It's just set up so beautifully for one of these teams to maybe convert here, or maybe with the way that things have been going, there's going to be another surprise around the corner. This has been nuts. Absolutely nuts.
I think you're muted again, by the way, Rain.
Sorry, thanks, guys. You know, it's really interesting to watch on my end because Exterminators keep asking, you know, the question, are they legit? We haven't seen this from them before, but this is just a day where they're firing on all cylinders. And sometimes when you have a day like this, you got to just take notice of it later. You have to figure it out later, try to implement the things, watch the tape, see what made you so good, see if you can analyze it well. This is where a coach gets paid the big bucks, because if they could translate this into something that really shows up again and again for them, I mean, we're looking at a team that's leading the best teams in Americas after 5 games, and these these games that continue to go on and on and on, they're still finding themselves in top 3 situations, guys. So there's been a couple of teams that have played spoiler, but overall, we now have 4 who are joining them. And I want to kind of lead into that conversation as well with the teams that are now on match point, given the fact that it's Shopify, Oblivion, and we've got Exterminators and Falcons. Mark, does that make it easier for Exterminators to do what they've been doing and just have less pressure on being the ones in that position to win it all?
No, I don't think it does. I think the thing that's going to hurt them most is they will know they've had 2 chances now. They've had 2 chances to win it. That is extremely, extremely rare when it comes to match point. The one that will hurt the most is the previous game if they don't go on to win it, because that was the most winnable situation. The last game, they do everything right, but it's a bit of bad fortune, right? You get Cryvor. You can't plan for that sometimes. But that game previously is going to hurt them. And now that the fact that there's multiple teams on match point, there's nothing worse than when you're a team who has to perform on a certain day, seeing other teams join you on match point, knowing that their chance hasn't come yet, and that there's a good chance that their chance to close one of these games out is going to happen. And when the more teams that are added to that pile, the more pressure is on your shoulders to convert. So for Exterminators, you got to feel for them. They're going through it right now, but you got to keep your head in the game. You got to stay focused. On the other side of this too, you know, and I want to examine more about Exterminators, you do have a little bit of like, hard to relate coming from teams who have not gotten it done. I mean, we look at Rock, who after 4 had like 1 point, and they're saying, well, I wish I had the problem Exterminators had in terms of not really being able to, you know, close it out with my 82 points in hand. I think that's something a lot of people would trade places with, but Exterminators certainly going through their own difficulties now, maybe even getting more difficult now that more teams are involved. Let's walk back to that final circle of where Exterminators almost had that chance to win. Dan, we were casting this, I thought they had it, but Team Liquid Alienware really were able to kind of put an end to this potential streak on the high ground.
I mean, they did have it. Jelly's batting right now. You see, he bats, he gets it off, and you're thinking this is fine, and then that shot, whablamo! Suddenly, they have no chance. Yanya has just ripped their chances away, and they think, it's fine. We get a Dark Veil, we go again, and then Yanya pops up to deny once more, and then they have no time because Cryvor take full advantage of that situation, and Exterminators, they were so close to winning that one. If Yanya doesn't hit that PK shot, I do think Exterminators win regional finals.
And if Yanya doesn't push them, Mark, I mean, they get the res off, and they have 3 to at least fight that next fight from Cryvor. Yeah, if production could cue that up again for us to quickly look, I'm pretty sure that Exterminators throw a Maggie ball down as well that just doesn't connect with anyone who's climbing up. It just bounces over the top of them. If that hits and knocks players off, thank you so much, production, for giving us a chance to look at this. If that hits, this game is done. No one can climb up on them. They can reset. They're comfortable. So keep your eyes here on Naughty's Wrecking Ball. Had to be very careful about how I said that. So Shubi goes down. He gets the kill onto Neazor. We've seen this before, but you'll see it from the POV. I think it is of Team Liquid as they are looking up, and Yanya looks up. Really interesting moment. I'm pretty sure that it avoids everybody on this mountain. And if that is the case, it's going to happen here. After Jelly goes down, Yanya gets this kill. All good. It's a big shot from Yanya.
Here it is. Here it is. Naughty. Here comes the Wrecking Ball.
There's the Wrecking Ball. And it
misses everyone. It misses. Look at Cryvor don't get hit by it. He doesn't get hit by it. That takes one player out. It's a different game.
Well, I mean, and it's also the conversation of, you know, using it at that time. There's still another team in there. And is it just an early use of that, Dan? Because if he saves it for right now, knowing that second team might climb, or if they don't climb, they reset, they bat, they're fine. I feel like it's much more effective.
I feel like in that moment of panic, when you've gone down, ult is natural. I think we can look back at it in slow-mo and be like, yeah, maybe you could have delayed it by X amount of seconds, but I think every single player would have made that call to use that ultimate there. And like Mark says, on another day, it might have bounced off a different ridge and suddenly connect with one of the Cryvor players, and maybe you do get that extra little bit of time. It pushes them off the mountain, you get the res, and you win the game. These are the fine margins that separate the teams from winning regional finals or not. One PK shot, one delayed push, a slightly missed ultimate, slightly mistimed ultimate, however you want to look at it. Either way, Mark already said it earlier, it's gonna be a bitter pill to swallow for Exterminators if they do not win regional finals, considering how close they truly came, and especially when they watch that one back.
You know, and it's also, you know, we all love football, soccer, and, you know, we watch a lot. Sometimes it's like you do everything right and, you know, you just flub it up. The final kick, it goes over the bar, hits the post, whatever it is. Everything is right. It's just, it does not work out in your favor. The ball doesn't bounce your way, as we used to say, and you have to just take those ones as a part of being a competitor. You risk that going the other way when you step into a battlefield or a competitive situation. So excited to see at least that Exterminators' fate and their dreams and hopes are not over just yet. They've still got a few more games. But Dan, I want you to walk us through what happened in APAC South, because we've had some regional finals actions all over the ALGS.
Yeah, I've got you. Match one, it was dominated by Caustic Gibraltar in terms of legend selection, but we saw Deep Cross Gaming coming in with the counter cop of Dreams to take game one and really just demonstrate what you can do when you have a crypto and when you have a Maggie available to you. And then match two was Deep Cross Gaming at the forefront yet again, but sadly their crypto pick would be ripped away from them going into game three. It was the most picked legend whilst everyone was trying to negate the popular picks of Watson and Caustic, of course. They then got to win this game for back-to-back wins, asserting early dominance. Then in match three, we saw Deep Cross Gaming hit match point. However, it was a turn of the tide as Bear Claw Gaming took advantage of an aggressive comp to take the win alongside 6 kills. But it was actually the Boogie Boarders who took the most points with a 12-kill game and second place. Newcastle would then be taken away in E-District, meaning that match 4 would likely see a lot of Mad Maggie to capitalize on new Newcastles. And then we did have match 4. It saw an insane Mad Maggie pick rate. She got banned, and Team Mango took the victory, followed by a Watson ban in match 5 as S8UL found their first win, whilst Boogie Boarders crossed the match point threshold going into 6. Now, match 6 is where things started to get spicy in terms of legend selection. Gibraltar got the axe on Storm Point. It was even more reason to run the big man because we had lost Mad Maggie, but it was Gen G, though, who did not need to use Gibraltar. They went on to get their first win and reach match point. Now, match 8 was then where we saw all of the teams who had got onto match point fight it out and duke it out to try and put themselves as champions. The final circle would feature both Boogie Boarders and Gen G competing to win regional finals. It was an intense climax to this competition in APAC South, and it would result in the Boogie Boarders utilizing Wraith to poise themselves perfectly to take down Gen G and win their first match of match point to win regional finals, secure their spot at the ALGS Championships, and to do it against Gen G as well, who have been so dominant throughout this season, have always been there or thereabouts when it comes to their Pro League performances. I think it will taste that even bit sweeter for the Boogie Boarders, who will be the champions of APAC South here ending.
Yeah, and it's been a great story for APAC South as well. You mentioned Gen G. They've been remarkable. VK Gaming, a team that performed as our midseason playoffs winner, and, you know, not having the best of days, but overall just, you know, a lot of consistent teams that have really made themselves known across the international land stage of the ALGS, and that's the beauty of it. It feels like it's just getting more and more competitive. Japan should be the most competitive tournament across all of our regions ever in the ALGS. And speaking of that, looking towards championships, Gen G and Boogie Boarders, you mentioned they were going head-to-head. Boogie Boarders, with that regional finals win, lock in their spot. Gen G, because they won Pro League, lock theirs in as well. And VK Gaming, Wolves, S8UL, Five Fears, and Al-Hadzia most likely going. That will be confirmed after Americas is over now. And speaking of now, I don't mean that too literally because, of course, we're in match point. This could keep on going. Exterminators have had, what, 3-4 chances now to win. They were our first team on match point. They're still going. But this time they're joined by Falcons, Oblivion, and ShopifyRebellion, Mark. That is going to be a tall test if they can do it. What's your prediction here going into the next match?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing predictions. You usually have to kind of use a crowbar to get them out of me. But I mean, the worry here for the two teams, you know, Oblivion and Exterminators, and I'll put those kind of in one bracket of conversation here, is you've got two very experienced teams now. You've got two LAN winners on Shopify obviously a different IGL this time around and a different player on board. But then you've got Falcons. And Falcons, if they get the chances that Exterminators have had, it would be unlikely for me to see two of them slip through their fingers. They're too experienced. They're too good in those situations. They're too cold in those situations. And they know with what they've seen in front happen in the last few games that if an opportunity presents itself that they have to take it. So I think for Exterminators, they're going to be nervous. For Oblivion, this is like a dream scenario to be in that 4. And for the other two, it's like business needs to be performed here. Business needs to get done. So it's a fantastic kind of setup for what is on the line for these teams.
You know, it's a great kind of lead into this next picture as well. And I think we're going to see exactly how the action unfolds. No need to predict things. We're going to see it right here as we bring back Vicky Kitty. It's going to be Onset and Vicky here for our next game cast as we get back into our regional finals.
Well, welcome, Vicky. It's great to have you. You've joined us at just the right time. What do you think about what we've just seen in the last few games?
I have whiplash, man. This is insane. Like, I would not have had this any other way if you're looking at Americas and a regional finals. Gibby off the table. We're back on Storm Point. And all the stats that we were talking about in terms of teams that have the most success on these different maps, throw it out the window because 100 Thieves have not won a single game on Storm Point. 100 Thieves, they've been lost a bit. And Exterminators, this is where
is going to be played, and with match 7 now live in front of us, strap in, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching across the world, because what we've seen so far has been nothing short of exceptional. We're going to try our best to keep that coming. Boy, I'm excited for this one.
I am too. Let's get this going here on set, because I've been sitting on the edge of my sweet seat and I've been sweating. Honestly, I mean, it has been pretty sweet to watch, I ain't gonna lie, but with CIMJ taking that previous game here, it set them up just a bit to at least try to build up some momentum. The last previous Game 6 winners. But like you said, no Gibby. And I'm in danger when you take those rotates there when it comes to those Tridents. And we're going to have to see how some of these teams make do with that, right? I'm expecting an influx of Rampart, as we know a lot of teams have had no issue slotting that in. But also Sparrow. You want to be able to get these scans remotely while still being pretty safe.
Well, where the zone is going is always what we talk about at the start of this game. And for the gentleman on your screen right now, finally something to smile about. Now, it is a launchpad site by the looks of things, potentially a waterfall zone as well. But Falcons do have the best prio of most of the teams in the area outside of Oblivion. Look how quickly Oblivion have moved. A match point team, remember, having done enough in that last game to just scratch 50 points. Well, now they might have one of the priority positions to pick from. Liquid Alienware also making their move, but for Falcons, a great opportunity as well.
That's all you need here. That's all you need if you're Oblivion. You're trying to settle in that final zone positioning. I'm almost getting a bit of deja vu, even if we're going to distance to game number 7, in comparison to what we witnessed from EMEA, right? Where Alliance had actually ended up rotating from that north side of Launchpad and found themselves in that northern building safe while clearing their backs. Now, this time around, look at the CIMJ getting chased from right behind them, because with no Gibby in this lobby, you could also imagine how important having an evac tower is before everybody starts not only shooting it down, but then focusing on you as even more teams go in for these quicker rotates.
I mean, everyone is just flying into zone at the moment. And if you're not a launch pad early here, it might be a tough rotate in. You're going to have to fight your way in. And Exterminators might have to do exactly that. It looks like they're going to meet up at Sito's station with ROC, if I'm not mistaken. They might butt heads as they try and play for that hill line. But Oblivion playing the red room early. I always think this is a little bit risky to do, especially with some of the legends that we do have banned. Those more defensive-minded, so to speak, legends. But it's where they've made the call to play, as TSM are taking on DMG.
Imagine the storyline. Monsoon, Fun, Blinkster coming through after Monsoon has also been putting such a great performance within his own respective content. Definitely want to check that out. As Duplex doesn't want to check out the other side of that rock. He has to back away. Gets pinged by a 30-30 DMJ, or rather DMG. Going to be able to harass them there as Falcons find themselves right underneath the bridge. TSM, they find these knocks and Falcons take out Rock.
Wakey, ROC. We're in game 7 now and yet to really do anything of note. DMG eliminated as well. Falcons get their KP, but KP is all about contributing to a game-winning position for them. Guild only needed 1 bullet to really connect to get up to blue shields as well. So an early fight and almost more importantly in this position here for Falcons, an early donation of loot as well, because they wouldn't have been able to spend a lot of time looting their POI knowing that they had good prio to this zone.
Really good call out. And then when you look at their composition, right? The Wraith, the Fusey, Sparrow. Sparrow will be the next legend banned if we go on to game number 8, which could happen here as Grow Gaming, another team who has had a great performance within Pro League thus far, are just going to be able to try to reposition real quick up on this high ground. Getting a nice scouting from drops, but everybody minus NIP, Shopify, TSM, Cryvor, 100 Thieves, Exterminators on the edge of that next zone are all trying to make their rotate on the edge.
Well, there might be a few moments of calm here. Grow Gaming going to be up on this high ground, but the zone's not going to be great for that position, so it's going to be more of a transitional position for them to move through as they look for somewhere a little bit stronger towards the end game. But I mentioned Exterminators and the moves that they were making. Well, they're at Pylon right now. I did mention that ROC were close to them, but we've seen them eliminated in the lobby already. So they look like they're just going to play this side of zone. They set up on this height. They've got the range weapons. They've got those marksmen in their hands. And for Exterminators, I think it's the slow game here. Don't try and force anything. And I think it's the smart play as well. The last thing they want to do is try and force something after what they've been through psychologically, I think, in the last 2 games. Getting so close and having it stolen away from you, I think you need to take the smart approach in this game.
And that's really important to highlight, right? Like, a lot of competitors, when their backs are against the wall, some of them have this in-game rage factor where they just go absolutely insane. Other teams, though, start playing a lot more fidgety. And with match point format, you know, what I love the most about ALGS and our finals, it brings the game here for a lot of our teams to feel that pressure. Also, one of the few teams rocking the lifeline. I think the only other team is ZZ on the Sparrow, Alter, and Lifeline themselves. We even have a Conduit in the lobby from URNM. And ShopifyRebellion are already trying to peek ahead. Trying to make sure that this is isolated right now before they start rotating. Because here in Command Center, they're looking to their backs. And the only other team who is taking their time to rotate, because there is a ring console over by Cascade, is TSM.
Interesting to see how our match point teams are kind of positioned on the map. ShopifyRebellion are going to have to work their way into zone here. They are taking their time. They are waiting for that next beacon so they can hit it and get that information. They're all the way at Command Center, northern side of the map that you can see. They have a lot to do, as you can see on your screen. A lot of teams already in the zone. Falcons inside of the zone, but didn't have... Well, they did have a console, but they weren't able to get the greatest of positions. But it's a position that works for their composition, right? They don't have cover that they can get down very comfortably. They're going to have to play the space game using the Qs from the Fuse, using the arrows from the Sparrow to command the space around them, as well as outputting damage. Then you have Oblivion, quick rotated into zone, bunkered down. They're trying to play that rock position and the red room, excuse me, that they got into a little bit earlier. It is so interesting. And then Exterminators are kind of on the edge of current zone. They're not trying to force it. They're taking their time. So we're going to have to see what game plan works best here. It is 4 different teams with 4 different plans.
What scares me the most, though, with Exterminators is that looking at where that zone pool is, everybody is going to look at them the moment that they have to exit out of Pylon. And what are you going to do? Go for a Hail Mary evac? We're going to have to tune in to find out what they're going to do next. As Cryvor is going to be able to move all the way up here. You can see the shots from afar. Uzir taking a huge chunk of that damage as Nano takes an off angle with a G7 in hand. And I like how you also highlighted Falcons' composition because they don't have an altar to take control of the high ground right away. It's all just straight neutral pressure with that Fusey as Nano taking some shots with this G7 at the very least. Did lose out on some of his shield, but it is going to be an isolated fight between themselves and 100 Thieves, and it's fight for information because over on that south side, exiting out of Echo HQ, is a ring console.
It's also a fight for match point here for Cryvor. 2 points. That's all they need. 2 points, all that is required, but the zone is going to close behind them in around 25 seconds time.
Look who's coming up behind them. There is a team coming up right behind them. And I believe they came up originally off of the Trident. Yeah, they see them from afar. ZZ with a late rotate. Hear the fights, and they're approaching from right behind them before this zone starts inevitably closing in. Ring 2 at the very least. Take your time, but you got 5 seconds out to make this decision if you are ZZ.
Up in the whip, boys. Just going to back it up. Make sure the Sykes can get in without any damage. They're heading in towards Pylon. Who else is in Pylon? Exterminators and TSM, and Exterminators and TSM are fighting. Great job to catch it from the Observer team. Immediately switching over. Halo is down for Exterminators.
3P incoming. Get ready. So this fight has to end even faster. They get the trade-off. As 1-for-1 between TSM and Exterminators, and Jelly's trying to stay alive. PK in hand, but dancing around the lifeline shield as it's 2 down. Shubi's 1 shot. And this may be the end of the run for Exterminators, the first team to land a match point as they walk up. It is ZZ with the 3P. And guess what? Masters of Evo, 4P coming in.
Every god tells a story.
Elsewhere, Shopify Rebellion having to be dragged back through the Void Nexus to get to their feet. They're not safe. Zone closing behind them as well. On the northern side, Pioneers were holding them out. So all of our match point teams not having good moments. But for Exterminators, they now have to sit and watch, something they haven't had to do in quite some time.
There is a mythic bin that is spawning at the feet of Cryvor Esports, the team that has stunted any sort of success from Exterminators in the past. They're rocking the Rampart, the Altar, and the Sparrow. But eventually, as we've already seen it, the Circle Pool is going right there, probably on that North Hillside, on the outskirts north of Devastated Coast. Keep that in mind as we've seen zones pull right there on top of the Gravity Cannon as ShopifyRebellion, our other match point team, are trying to brute force their way through KCP, who has been struggling all day today, literally in the 20th spot with only 4 points to their name after these last 6 games.
And that prime bow, if Zab can connect, will force teams away. Funk's down for ZZ, by the way. That's happening over at Pylon. We did check in with that a few moments ago. Shopify, though, the team to watch right now. You can see how much difficulty the teams are now having to rotate. Without Gibraltar, without Newcastle, Zab picks off Jay, and that should be the signal for ShopifyRebellion to try and collapse and get these KP.
They want to clear this north side of the zone. They have to take this fight, and Unreal Nightmare could be hearing this and may want to show their face for this fight. Shopify are looking for this reset before planning their next move because they have only 55 seconds to make this decision.
Fuse ult, Stinger Bolt, everything being thrown. And Zainu on the slide takes down one, but they got the reset. It's
that was
1v1.
That was also because of the slowdown.
This is Cryvor. Cryvor. Oh, Cryvor.
Non-user digging.
I had to hold my breath right there. The slowdown from the Sparrow, their own friendly Sparrow, almost cost that here. But Koifel is just him. The Clutch Master keeps the dream alive for ShopifyRebellion. And they were looking to clear that north side of zone. But look on set at where this zone is pulling. It's not towards that Gravity Cannon. It has shifted right there on the outskirts of where Falcons have found themselves from the very beginning of this game.
Wow. I mean, Koifel. Wow, Jason Ween himself turning up in the biggest of moments for ShopifyRebellion to give him a chance. Now they're going to hit the evac tower. Now they're going to blind hop in towards where this zone is going. But you're quite right. Falcons are under pressure, though. With the zone pulling the way it is, everybody wants to try and take the real estate away. And Falcons for now will hold. Here comes 100 Thieves. Here comes Shen. Here comes Phony, but they are holding so strong, Falcons.
As Hal tries to reposition the mother load, friendly mother load here. Well, rather, it's going to be Jen Burden's mother load here. But they're going to try to go in for the reset. You saw the void passage that was used up already. It's going to be used up again right behind them. They try to get the silence. As Hal, your kill leader of the lobby thus far, gets the next knock. He gets a second one. The CEO in a 1v1 now versus Hal and Verholst.
Former teammates, former friends become enemies in this situation. Another fuse ult will go in. Verholst playing behind the knockdowns. TSM eliminated. Masters of Evil gone as well. Purple shields versus the blue. The Master versus what used to be the Apprentice.
Wait, Liquid is right behind him. Liquid is right behind Hal. He's out. He manages to get away. Talk about timing. He heard them. Verholst is about to die to Team Liquid. Yonya steals that, and they leave Falcons alone. I can't make this up. The scriptwriters are working overtime, but they're down to a duo. They have the banner, and they have a Moby if you're looking at Waltzy's inventory.
Hal just went nuclear. Unreal Nightmare gone. ShopifyRebellion forcing their way towards zone. This is what they've done the whole time. Zap gets one. Koi gets one. CIMJ are being turned into mincemeat here. ShopifyRebellion have found their level. They are on fire as well.
Put them in the blender, but it's not over yet. As NIP are your next victims, it is Zainu with the clip on the R9. Can we get a second one? But behind him, the PK. Koifel, he has to go in for the clutch master. He has to be able to completely annihilate Cryvor as he gets the next one.
No way Koifel does this. And once again, it's a 1v1 inside the building. McLovin versus Koifel. Two of the best young controller players in the world. Koi has knocked down, so does McLovin. There's a nade. That could be a difference maker. McLovin has to scarper back through the cat wall. And Koifel will be blind for now. No knockdowns up. Koifel's done it again. Koifel has done it again.
MVP for Shopify. Look at this, the Falcons. They've reset. They got the res. Liquid get eliminated. 7 squads left. And right now, Falcons are the only team on the south side of zone. They have cleared their backs, and they will be able to have high ground for free. This could be Falcons to win.
Oblivion still alive. So we're into the top 6. 6 squads remain. And 3 of them, minimum, on match point. Oblivion, Falcons, and ShopifyRebellion we know about. They are still alive here. Cryvor Esports still alive as well. Pretty sure they would have hit match point, but are they going to get a chance to even roll the dice here?
This is the risk you run. When out of all these 6 teams, 3 of them are at match point. Oblivion being one of them, but they've lost out on Blink. Monsoon and Fun. Still Blue Evos. I hear a Sheila in a distance. As he moves back, they get the reset here. 6 squads left. Once again, everyone taking their time. It is Hal taking that dream away as ZZ get eliminated. They're still looking at every direction. It is the collapse on this side of zone as Shopify are fighting for their lives.
THUGGETS are gone. Falcons, Shopify, Oblivion, Cryvor, the only team that can keep us going here. If Cryvor win it, we go again. If not, it ends here. Falcons, somehow, pulling off the miracle reset when it felt like the game was done. Like they would have to watch from the sidelines. But now Guild and Walsey say to Hal, thank you for the assist, thank you for the work. Let's see if we can take it from here.
This is a champs winning moment though right now. If Cryvor take out Falcons, they are in the best spot in this final zone if they continuously strafe off the pressure. And Shopify, they're about to sandwich Falcons right now. We have 3 teams at match point. He gets called off. Huge charge rifle coming out of right field.
And Oblivion, in the meantime, have the other side of zone completely. Yes, they have to work uphill. But Shopify, who have only won 1 game this season on Storm Point, Falcons, who have really struggled to do anything on Storm Point, have a chance to rewrite that history book. It's going to be Shopify versus Falcons in this 3v3, unless someone else wants to get involved. Cryvor have just dealt with Oblivion. The last 2 teams on match point are in front of you.
And now they have to get involved here to 3P because Shopify have the high ground. They're looking at Waltzy. They take him out next. Gil that followed earlier on. This just leaves Hal as they're playing up the high ground. Cryvor trying to take this fight, and it's only up to Zap.
Zap's on his own.
Falcons are resetting.
1v1. It's a 1v1, Nano versus Zap, but like you say, Falcons in the meantime are resetting down on that low ground. Fusion goes down. Hal comes up. Waltzy's on his feet, it's 2 here, but Hal wants to take over. Hal wants to win this one by himself.
The CEO is knocking. The kill leader of your lobby, and it's only the duo of Hal and Waltzy. They've been here before on set. They're looking to take this win, and they have to time this fight.
So have reset, they're back up to 3. Cryvor down to 2, and once again the pendulum swings in the favor of Shopify Rebellion.
I'm looking at the Hal v Zainu duo right now. The 2 kill leaders. Hal with 22 kills over the course of these games. Zainu with 20.
Gonna play.
As Zainu takes over to the high ground right now, being on that Sparrow, he forces Falcons down.
And now Cryvor have reset. So from what looked like Falcons having a chance to win, now they are the only team who is not a full 3. A moment of calm, finally. For everybody. But the heart rate, the blood pressure must be through the roof for everyone here. Cryvor will have the chance to send this another game. Falcons probably know they can't play for second. They have to try and win it.
They've already called out who's on the high ground, 100%. That's how Hal is. This is going to be so difficult, and you can't even get up to the high ground. Remember, no ultra. They had used up the evac tower already earlier. I'm looking at those ultimates. That Sparrow is online. And with Cryvor neighboring them, playing up the low ground, Shopify just have to be patient. This is all for Shopify to take over. After coming out from the northwestern side of the map, they have made their rotation. They have made their journey to be right here on height.
How might be able to pull up to height and hope. But for Shopify Rebellion, for the new IGL, this is where you learn, if you've got the steel, to be an IGL in these big game moments. For this young man on your screen, Cryvor, the plays he has made, the clutches he has been involved with, absolutely immense.
Oh, Waltzy, he tries to push it because they're forced out because of the circle and the thermite. This is Shopify to clean up if they do it nicely. As the next victim falls, Shopify are likely to take the dub.
Kuzia, last alive here, they are down, 3 up. Hal goes down, it is a symbolic passing of the torch. As Shopify Rebellion will be your America's Regional Finals champions.
That has to be probably the best Apex I have ever witnessed. Ever.
Speechless. It's very rare that you will get Vicky and me in the same place and neither of us have words to say. But sometimes you have to let the gameplay do the talking. Wow. Shopify Rebellion have won 1 game all season. Now, their points have been ridiculous. But when they got their chance, boy, did they take it. And that boy Cryvor, oh my God. Not just clutching once, but twice to keep them alive and give them that chance. Incredible. Rain, I mean, what can you say? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I mean, in that moment, and bringing Dan back in as well. I mean, just the idea. Dan, we had to get your thoughts. Vicky, where'd you go? I was gonna say something to you.
Thanos snap.
Yeah.
Thanos snap.
Insane.
There's a little bit of magic here, you know, a little disperse and misdirection. I think to me, there's really not a lot of words for what we just saw. That was some phenomenal Apex, the highest level. It was really an amazing showcase of both Shopify Rebellion's and Falcons' ability to navigate tough situations, which they were in tough situations and they traded it out. They reset. They did everything right. And sometimes it's just somebody has a better position after you've done all of your best moves and you're just out, you're out of moves. And I think Cryo, they were another team that, to me, Cryvor, they were really, really good at making this hard for every other team in those final zones. They could be really the reason Exterminators aren't the champions already. They might be the reason Falcons aren't the champions here today. And in many ways, it's the reason ShopifyRebellion could also be considered the champions. They made such an impact in every final zone that they were in. And I know everyone at home is just reeling and watching and saying, well, that was amazing and awesome to see a winner. I could go for one or two, more of those types of end zones, guys. That was really, really fun. Dan, I do want to get your thoughts too as we jump back into the 4-box here on what a finish that was as we kind of look back at that final circle. ShopifyRebellion claiming that regional finals victory here in Americas.
I mean, that was insane. One of my favorite final circles I think I've watched in Apex in quite some time. The back and forth, the ups and downs, the reses they came through. It looked like one team was suddenly going to win it, and then they have to pull back, and then they lose a player, then they have to go for a res. It was a constant change, a swing of the pendulum, as Mark was saying. But in the end, Shopify getting back up to a 3 and being in this spot, it looked like it was inevitable once they had this position. There was very little Falcons could do from this point. I like that Waltzy, I think, made this play to try and get a little bit of info when he pushed out to see whether maybe he could initiate the fight, and then Hal could come in to potentially finish things off if enough damage was done between the two teams that were still left. But oh my god, Cryvor throughout that game, incredible. And you could say the same for what Hal did as well to keep his team alive, but Cryvor has done it like 3 or 4 times this series to keep ShopifyRebellion in it. Unbelievable in 1 versus X situations, and the fact you've got Zainu making some of the calls to put them in this position as well. ShopifyRebellion, like Mark said, they may have only won 1 match prior to today, but boy, do they look comfortable when they get into these final circles.
They certainly do, and I love the kind of superstardom that Cryvor is putting himself into in this conversation. He really is making those plays, kind of like how we see Effect in Alliance in Europe. It just changes the way the fight should go, because he hits every shot so efficiently that you go, wow, well, now I have a whole new game plan. I thought this was going to be a 50-50 trade. It's 100-0, and now we are down a man. So this is, again, just a glimpse, Vicky, of what we've been hoping to see from ShopifyRebellion. And I gotta say, with letting go Phony after winning that championship or that midseason playoff, and then letting go of MT earlier this year before finishing this split, and now adding Zap and getting this regional finals win, it's got to feel like they made all the right decisions at this point.
It's literally chef's kiss to see that they saved the best for last. Literally, right? Because this was also their prio map pick. They chose first team on Lightning Rod, and they made that journey. They cleared their backs. We were following them the whole time, from beating KCP, from wrapping around Prowler Den, from being able to force all the teams that were combined together from that pod side, and then forcing their way over by the bridge side on the high ground behind Falcons, who had height originally, was insane. There is so much to digest from that game.
And many people, Mark, didn't lead into this one with ShopifyRebellion being kind of the marquee of the 4 teams that were on match point, because, it had been so much about Exterminators coming into this. And even Falcons had kind of jumped out of the gate early. Shopify have had a slow start, but they have been dominant throughout the season, even though they haven't been flashy in some ways. I think that's going to mean a full win in Pro League for Americas, and obviously a win in regional finals. That's pretty dominant when you look at the stats.
Yeah, it certainly is. I want to give Bravo a shout out here, because he just highlighted that Storm Point was the weakest map for Shopify all split, and they deprioritized their Storm Point pick in POI drafts the last few weeks. But then today, for regional finals, they reprioritized it. They played from Elrod, one of the best POIs in the game, potentially a big contributing factor to their success in that game, and knowing that Storm Point was going to be played, of course, a lot in the first few games of this series. So very, very interesting stat there to highlight. And I mean, you're looking at the match 7 results, 27 points to win it. The first time you get a shot at match point as well. And what did we say, right? Experience. It is such a telling factor in match point. Exterminators had a chance, had 2 chances, could not get it done. Falcons probably win that game if ShopifyRebellion don't win that game. They're the 2 teams with the experience who have won the big tournaments, who have won lands, and they showed how you have to be so cold in those big moments.
And as a duo, they're fighting, in such a difficult spot. I'm sure they're going to look back and say, how could we have done that? Could we have somehow gotten Gildersons back in the mix with us? But at the end of the day, those 2 points that Hal salvaged, that second place, not enough to push them past Exterminators, who certainly deserve a second place finish. In fact, finishing overall on the day with the most points. Shopify Rebellion will take your regional finals win. We already know they're going to be qualified. However, this opens up a different slot because Shopify Rebellion are already going in off of winning Pro League. So that means that there will be another team that is very happy as a result of that, because the next teams down will have a chance to be a part of championships. We don't know exactly who that is yet, but that's pretty exciting, Dan.
Very exciting indeed. I mean, what an incredible day it was. And Shopify Rebellion to win Pro League and win regional finals, there's definitely going to be implications that happens in terms of who qualifies and who gets that spot and what spots are opened as well. The real question is, do Exterminators still make it? And we'll wait until admins can actually confirm that or not, because it might not be enough without winning regional finals. It could be such a fantastic effort, but sadly, we'll have to see what does happen. But what an incredible day it's been, Rain Day.
It has certainly been amazing. And, on top of that, so many different teams to highlight. I want to go to our Sony In-Zone kill leader of the day, because this is really special, the performance that we saw Imperial Howl put together. And I know Zainu, Koifel, and Zap, in fact, 2nd through 4th are all of Shopify Rebellion before another team shows up, and that other team is Exterminators, so it seems like playing together is a good idea. Imperial Howl stands out. And I think for me, taking back IGL, but then also being kill leader, being that aggressive player, getting into his frag era and his macro era. I mean, this is a very impressive showcase from Hal. And while anyone might have doubted whether he still had the IGL back in him or not, well, he certainly has the fragger back in him. I mean, in esports, do you see somebody win championships on mouse and keyboard, then go ahead and win one on controller? I don't think so. And what Hal has shown is diversity, his ability throughout all of the ups and downs, the team changes, is that he believes in himself. I think this was less about Imperial Hal, guys. I think this is more about Philip Dosen saying, this is me back to where I belong. I'm betting on myself. That's where I'm most comfortable. And it certainly has paid off, at least in the short run for today. I've liked watching his play here. And of course, Team Falcons not going to quite need to have done too much here. They know they're going to champs, but Mark, they got to feel good at least about how they showed up with this new iteration of the roster.
Yeah, I mean, there's two ways to look at it, right? Upon reflection, maybe in a few hours' time, good performance. But we know that a good performance isn't what this team strives for. It's first or nothing. So I think they'll be very disappointed with the fact that there was a chance to win that game and they didn't take it, because you're looking forward to Japan. How many chances are you going to get? If you hit match point, how many match point opportunities are you going to get the chance to convert? So I think that will actually really hurt Falcons, the fact that they did have the chance. Remember, just before we watched that end zone, there was a 1v1 between Cryvor and Shopify Rebellion. Falcons had 2 alive at that point. They had control. They could have won that game. If a knock goes down, if it's a 1, Falcons have won it. That's the margins that we've seen today in every single game that's been decided. So it's frustrating, I'm sure, for them. They will look back on that and they'll see it as a disappointing day. But when you take a few hours and when you look at it, I think strong performance, staying in it mentally as well for them, very, very good. And I think they're still going to be one of the favorites without a doubt come Sapporo.
Yeah, I mean, Vicky, I don't know if you echo those thoughts or you have a different opinion on what Falcons put together today. Obviously, it's Shopify Rebellion's evening, and we'll talk to one of their members shortly. But, satisfied with how they've done so far after the split from 0? Or do you think they're going to just have a lot more to go back to the drawing board with, saying we could have been the winners today and we weren't?
It was necessary, obviously. Like when you have 2 chefs in the kitchen, sometimes it could get a little hot in there. And it's funny to reflect back at the end of that last game, because the curse of never having light ammo plagues Hal all over again, back to back. Even if they came out on top, it's not like, once again, they had an altar on their team, right? And even if they did, good luck trying to take a high ground from a team that's just waiting for you to wait for them at that point. And they didn't have much to work off of from these resets, from trying to take a lot more of these aggressive positions. Hal constantly makes do with what he has. And to be that close, to still have that kill leader, man, Falcons look great. But it is Shopify Rebellion that deserve those flowers.
Absolutely. And that's why we kind of saved the best for last year. We've got a chance to talk to a member of Shopify Rebellion who should be very excited themselves and grabbing the win. He said he wasn't too happy after a few of the LAN moments this year that didn't go his way, but now he's got a chance to, I'm sure, feel like he's back on the track for redemption, playing at the best level that he could play. It's Zainu joining us on voice here. Zainu, you there?
Hello. How you guys doing?
Hey. Hey, what's up, Zainu? Congratulations on the win.
I couldn't find my cam. I have no idea where my camera is.
No worries. No worries. You're doing some more important things. Winning regional finals. That's more important than the camera. So we'll give you the nod on this one. I wanted to just jump into the questions quick. We all have a question for you. For me, I want to know, in that final zone, what was happening? What were the calls in your mind that you guys were saying that we didn't get on broadcast that made the difference in that zone? Because watching it, it was just a chess game, you know, from top down, looking at it. What happened inside the team to make it so that you guys came out on top?
Yep. That entire game, like, everyone on the team was just playing insane. We were all playing together. I don't know if the broadcast got on the stream, but Koi clutched up against Pioneers, like north above launch site. Yep. Or launch pad. He clutched up in the building. We reset. Like, the entire game was just beautiful. And then as soon as we realized that no one was holding the left side wrap and Falcons were just sitting at the bridge, we're literally just yelling, go, 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 go. Like, we're all like, we win the game if we do this. And then we just killed Falcons, knocked them off height. Zap and Koi have, bro, they played insane today. I don't know if the broadcast got that too, but Zap has one clip the guy on bridge running at us while we're 2 dead. We got the reset. We had all of height. And as soon as we had all of height, we all just knew we won. We just played it slow and we just played it fucking perfect. Sorry, I might have cussed.
That's all right. You know.
I don't know if that's allowed.
Congratulations, Zainu. Congratulations. You'll be happy to know that the observing team did a great job and caught every single moment that you just described. Awesome. So you can go and watch that back. I want to ask you about the difference between winning in Germany as a fragger on the team and winning on match point today as an IGL. Tell me about the difference. Does it feel different? Does it feel like you had more responsibility today as the IGL, and does it feel a little bit sweeter knowing that you were the man in charge?
Yeah, I mean, I've been through so many ups and downs in my career and played like every role ever, and like now being the IGL and having 2 really good teammates and like that trust me and do everything that I call, it's just like it's really nice. And like winning today with how we played and how we've been playing all together as a team, it's just like it makes me really happy because like I'm with a really good team right now and I like where we are.
And how much of a confidence builder is this for you, not just as an individual, but as a team? I know Champs is a little way away now and you'll start to prepare as well, but you've had, like you said, ups and downs, a disappointing LAN performance the last time we saw you go out. What does it mean to you to be back on top going into now a LAN where you will be one of the higher seeds coming into it?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the best thing of all time. Doing good in this game, especially since it's just like our jobs and we all care so much about it, it's like, it's really nice. The confidence booster going into the LAN is going to be really great for us. We kind of just like ran around for the first 6 games, killing everyone. Like we're literally like our best placement was 5th, and we're just like, we're all just running around playing great together and we're all confident. It's just really nice.
Man, Zainu, I'm still catching my breath at the end of that one. I can only imagine how your hands and your chest feels.
Yeah, right.
You guys were rocking that Sparrow Fuse and Alter composition, man. And you guys have had some pretty rough luck in finalizing these games, finally getting first place, but you saved the best for last. Can you talk to us a little bit about the adjustments you guys as a team had to make to be able to find what you had to work out to finally get the win?
Yeah, I want to give all the credit to Zap. He literally joined the team and fit the role better than like anyone I could have expected. It's like, it really surprised me. Like, there's a lot of credit to Zap with how well our team is doing. He like does exactly what we need when we need it, and it's like, it's really nice. It's like, I feel like all the roles are fitting really well, and it's just like perfect as a team.
Well, it's a great point that you bring up, and I think speaking to that in your relationship, there has been the theme of you and Koiful just looking for that perfect third throughout the last years, you know, and you've been willing to do it after success. You've been willing to do it after failure. I think that there's a testament to the way that you have kind of been on that search constantly for something greater, something that you knew was, you know, achievable. And now it seems that you guys are on the precipice of achieving it. Any final words heading into championships to leave with us, the fans, people watching at home about Shopify Rebellion, Zainu, the team, and what they should expect going to Sapporo?
I hope everyone keeps supporting for us. I appreciate everyone that supports us. Obviously, SR is the best org of all time. They've been really helpful through all the roster changes with me and Koi, and they've always been there supporting us. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Everyone, Zap is the best player in the game. Koi's the best player in the game. And yeah, I love him, the coaches. And I'm completely forgot about this. Luca, new player of the team, or new coach of the team. He's fucking insane. He's him and Don together. It's just beautiful. They help us with everything, and they always know what we always have stuff when we need it, and like everything. And it's just we show up on game day. They help us with everything, and just perfect. Shout out both of them.
That's 2 cusses now, Zainu, by the way. You know
that's fine.
Yeah, that's $500. That's fine.
Just send me the bill already, guys. Just send me the bill.
All good.
Send him an invoice. All right, man. Well, thanks so much for your time. Go ahead and finish up and celebrate and enjoy with the team. You guys earned it today.
Thank you guys very much. Have a good day.
Zainu of Shopify Rebellion, winners of our regional finals. Guys, that was a good one. I love Dan getting into a little bit of the psyche there.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to ask. I mean, there's certain questions. Oh, bless you. There's certain questions that you never really know how players are going to react as well, especially in the moment when they're pumped full of adrenaline. But Zainu is very familiar to being a victor, so he knows how that feels. But I'm sure it is fantastic to be back up there, considering that they've had such an incredible pro league in general, to top it off by also winning regional finals, especially coming into it, as Bravo highlighted at the start of the day. You know, they hadn't been able to find much actual wins despite putting points on the board. So then to do it when the moment finally came just proves that they are a team that we have to look out for when Champs comes around.
Yeah, I mean, I love a story of a team that kind of finds their way through, you know, their odyssey back home, so to speak. And, you know, I think it's just one of those journeys that you could see many different teams have been on throughout this year. And you echo it from Falcons, you echo it from Exterminators, all the way to Oblivion. I mean, our match point teams certainly all have their individual stories coming together as teams, ZZ. And now you really see maybe it's Shopify Rebellion story all along. That's kind of the magic of a match point and the championship. It's that you don't really know what it was all about until it's said and done. And then you look back and you say, see, that's what was happening. That's where the magic was. That was the story all along. And so I'm really excited to see if maybe we haven't put our attention towards Shopify during all of these changes enough, and that maybe that is where Sapporo is leading. Certainly looking like a top contender for that tournament. But Vicky, I mean, as we go to it, it's kind of like culminating the end of what this entire split 2 has been. And so many different teams have had their own journeys, all to end in January. It feels in a way bittersweet, but also in that ending, it is the beginning of, you know, what the next year holds for us in the ALGS.
Yeah, if anything, it's a little hint, too, after what we witnessed from Shopify just last champs, right? Zainu coming through, they got 4th place in Sapporo, and now they want the run-back opportunity. And if you're going to perform like that when your backs were against the wall before and you struggled to get the dub earlier on within the season, well, guess what? That's what you have to do. You have to bring in your A game when it actually matters. And right there, they prove that they're literally a champ-playing team.
You know, underdogs, we kind of started it off with, Mark, and I think that's the interesting part about match point, but it is rare that we see it. And I think it proves yet again the points you were making around experience and how valuable that is. And it is not just the same guys. It could be a collection of different guys, but, you know, when you put enough experienced players here together in the ALGS, it's really hard to beat in these final zones. And I think when you look towards Sapporo and you start, you know, we start going down who's coming in, top seeds, who are we predicting, who are we thinking is going to take it all? I mean, that's got to be a major factor for anybody watching the league in terms of who they think at the end of the day is going to hoist that trophy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at the teams who are up there at the end of the day after regional finals, after today, including EMEA, Alliance, the winners, right? Amazing performance from them. You've got Shopify Rebellion, one of the best teams in the world, finally getting that match point win as well, with the new IGL taking the role and showing what he can do and the potential that he has. And then you've got the likes of Falcons showing great form. You've got 100T up there. I mean, it's great to see the best teams in the world starting to peak at just the right time with the champs around the corner. That was one of the best days of match point we've ever had. I think,
I agree,
especially in online competition. I think that was the best regional finals we've ever had. Even though it hasn't gone a crazy amount of games, the tension that was in every single one shows the level that we're at right now. And it's so exciting to see that, knowing that the next event is the biggest one of the year. It is going to be a packed arena in Sapporo. Get your tickets. Trust me, it's one of the best events I've ever been a part of, and you will not regret it. So yeah, can't wait to get to Japan now.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just Sapporo, and I'm not just thinking about match point. I'm thinking about the food. Vicky, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
oh yeah.
We had a couple nice dinners out there.
Hot soup, hot tea in the middle of the snow, guys. It's like you can't beat it. It's so cozy. And I'm just reflecting back on the day and reflecting back on the interview that Zainu had. And I really like the special shout out to Zap, because you have to imagine the journey that Zap has also had as a player. You know, coming from TSM, being on Envy for that short time there too. All GG, AGG, the way that he was able to perform on there as well. But it's always gotten so close. We've been seeing these top 5 performances, top 3. Man, to end it with a dub though on the regional finals on Stormpoint, a map that you've struggled, it also showcases how quick it is for these teams to level up the way they have.
Well, all these stories have culminated into what we're about to show you now, which are our teams who are officially locked into champs. But first, let's take a look at Americas in the picture that just got a little clearer thanks to ShopifyRebellion grabbing that win today, and Falcons, their performance, Oblivion right after them. Cryvor, Exterminators, what was the result of all of that? You can see this was the picture. It was ShopifyRebellion who guaranteed that spot to it. And you would say NinjasInPyjamas, 100 Thieves, TSM, Hotdog Mafia, Falcons, Sentinels, Fires, Liquid, Virtus.pro, Rock, ZZ, Grow Gaming, all 100 Thieves, all supposedly heading there. But let's take a look at the final champs leaderboards. All the points are in for the teams that will be joining us. And here it is, guys, your 40 who will be there. In fact, actually, you're 32 as of now. And a little reminder that we do have 8 more slots from our LCQ that is going to fill out the teams who aren't on this leaderboard. But when it comes to splits, when it comes to everything you could have done up until this point, Dan, this is how it sits.
Well, that is unbelievable, really, to look at the teams that have been able to sneak through. I mean, JDG coming through. JD Gaming would have been watching that, biting their nails into Oblivion. No pun intended on Oblivion. But at one point, Exterminators would have probably been taking that position off them if they had won Pro League and won regional finals, which was definitely possible with how they were performing. But it does mean that Kinotrope and JDG are our last 2 to get confirmed. But now we will look over to the LCQ to see what teams will join these 32 on your screen.
And you look at teams like Boogie Borders, who, I mean, were well below in terms of points, but you talked about them going toe-to-toe with Gen G and winning that. That was a celebration moment where they might have knocked the cameras over to the point where it's not like they couldn't find it from Zainu. They might have broke it in terms of celebration because they had about 1,300 points, and JD Gaming qualified next in the slot with 1,900. So they weren't getting there via points. And that is an incredible feat. All of these teams, when we go into champs, and it's now that we start prepping for Japan, are going to have stories like this that we're going to highlight. And they're going to be players in the arena, the Daiwa House Premise Dome, showing up for what is going to be, I think, one of the best esports events in ALGS history, but also to start the year off of an amazing 2026 coming up here soon. Guys, what a day. And I'll start with you, Mark. Go around the horn here for final thoughts as we close it out in Americas and close it out for Split 2.
We ate good today, is how I feel. I feel like it was the best Apex you've seen in a long time. It was great to see Shopify to get over the line. And I got to be honest, I'll keep it short and sweet because I think Japan is going to be special. It was special last time that we went. It's going to be even more special this time around. And if anyone needs the food Rex who's going, I got you.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Vicky, your final thoughts here as we close out Split 2.
I love Apex Legends. It is such a good game, man. This literally Pro League gets better every single year. You guys do not want to miss out on watching history unfold on the big stage in Japan. I cannot emphasize it enough. It is literally masterpiece. It's cinema, and I highly recommend everyone to make their way over there if you guys have the ability to, because these teams are so fired up. If today didn't highlight and give you a sneak peek on what to expect, I mean, just look at how their scrim bucks are going to be looking in a few months.
It's going to be fun, Vicky. Absolutely. I mean, just some great memories in Sapporo. We get to do it again here in a few months. And Dan, to round it out, the final day, regional finals completed. The next event is in Japan. Man, this is an exciting time. Yeah,
sadly, my Hail Marys couldn't send anyone different through, and it was really the the expected teams, the teams who were leading their pro league, they were able to push through and actually take those spots in regional finals as well. But I did get prediction of Shopify Rebellion right on the graphic. So if you need someone to predict for you, maybe it'll give you a good luck charm, just hit me up on my socials and I can do that for you. But yeah, it was such a good day. I think Mark's right. We ate good. Some of the best Apex we've seen in quite some time. Very entertaining regional finals across both regions and, of course, across APAC North and South as well. It's been an excellent weekend and I can't wait for Japan and champs, as I'm sure all of you can't wait as well.
It is going to be a blast. And to everyone watching, just hopefully a round of applause back at home or wherever you are. Even though they can't hear you, they could feel you for the talent that joined me today on set. Vicky, Gaskin, thanks again, guys. Always fun, my friends. Guys, it's been an amazing day of Apex Legends action. And for those of you watching at home, you know it. We've been mentioning it. It's all about champs next. Sapporo, Japan is now the new home of the ALGS Championship. If you haven't been there, it is one for the record books. I suggest highly that you make it important to get there in January because it is an event you do not want to miss. Of the most beautiful places in the world. That beautiful snow of Sapporo, man, it's gonna put your heart, it's gonna set your heart ablaze. I'll tell you that for sure. It is a really, really special place. And so what is next? What's coming up? We don't have Americas. It's no EMEA. It's champs. We've literally got champs. That's it. That is the next event coming up. And I want you to grab your tickets. I want you to join us. Sapporo Year 5 Championship. We'll all be suited and booted, dressed to the nines. We'll be celebrating. We'll be in a foreign, beautiful country with some of the best food in the world and the best competition ALGS has to offer. I mean, what else would you rather be doing January 15th to 18th? I cannot imagine anything else. I want to also let you know that if you need any information coming up on it, tickets, where to go, things like that, make sure to follow Play Apex Esports on TikTok, on Instagram, on X, on YouTube, and of course, twitch.tv/PlayApex here on Twitch. And if you need your tickets right now, check out that QR code and grab them. I mean, if you're thinking about it, if you just might, grab them. Just get them, book the tickets, book the flight. You will not regret it. Guys, this is a special moment. And remember, when I said 32 teams, it does mean that LCQ, where we'll get a couple more teams qualified, 8 in total, 2 from each of our regions, joining the rest of the teams who have already qualified. But that was not the story here leading up to it. We went the direct way through Split 2, and it's been Shopify Rebellion who claimed the top spot, not just in Pro League, but in the Americas. What a day. From everyone on behalf of EA, Respawn, our production team, our casting talent, and every one of you who are fans who keep this community alive and thriving. We appreciate you. We love you. And we want to remind you to never give up, never stop gaming. My name's been Rain Day, and I will see you all in Japan.